Hello everyone, CMeeCraft here, and welcome to the stream. We're back with Fate Stay Night. I think it's been a bit since we last played Fate Stay Night. Though the last stream was like really long, so maybe that makes up for it. I don't know. Though, I guess lucky for VOD viewers, if you wanted to, I believe the VODs are actually caught up with the because there's the VODs that are literally the stream VODs, and they're the edited like Let's Play episode things. I think those are actually literally caught up right now, so that's rare. In any case, I believe we left off on the verge of climactic battle between us and Iliasville. Yeah, hey Jedi Steve. Yeah, Archer. That was unfortunate for sure, but we will make sure his sacrifice was not in vain. Apologies for no streams last week. It was a weird week. This time of year in general is weird and busy and stuff, so this week, I mean, the schedule's been going off without a hitch. We finished up Life is Strange yesterday. Today we're playing Fate Stay Night. Tomorrow we'll be playing Danganronpa 2, 10 p.m. Eastern. And then, as for like future stuff, next week is probably gonna have a fairly normal stream schedule, but then the week of Christmas, there might be one stream, but who knows? We'll see. We'll see when we get there. In any case, though, anything else I need to do here? I don't think so. So let's get started. All right. There we go. Okay, so I guess it's probably this one, right? Don't know why I have two that are like the exact same save, but I guess that's probably the autosave. This is the manual. And I don't know why, but I am forced out of the ruins. Tosaka kicks me out, saying that girls have to make some adjustments and changing and stuff like that. Damn, what is she talking about? Men have things too, you know. Well, yeah, but I mean, give the girls their privacy. Come on, man. I lean against the wall as I grumble. I guess I sound like a sore loser, and that's exactly it. I remember, and then I try to shake off my desires. I can't think about that right now. If I keep lingering on my memories with Saber, I'm a dead man. More than anything, it would be rude to Saber, of course. Right, yeah, because we had the strong bonding experience with Saber. Metaphorically, physically, magically. So, yeah. Come back to me now, come back to me. I made contact with Saber to save her. I shouldn't have any other feelings for Saber. What a crock. It's such a pathetic excuse, even I don't believe it. And I'm really gullible. Probably, I guess. I can't forget what happened with Saber. But I need to, for now. Honestly, I don't have time to worry about that kind of stuff. Our concern right now is how to fight Berserker. Right. I should be doing whatever I can. He told me that. There at the end. I think back to Archer. I never warmed up to him, but every word he said stuck with me. I stare at a tree branch. There is only so much I can do. I may not be much help, but I'm going to do whatever I can as best I can. For starters, I snap off a nearby tree branch. Am I strengthening it? Is that my play here? I'm making a cool branch sword. Then I try to find other straight branches. Shiro, we're done! Come back inside! Tosaka's voice reaches me in my search. I head back to the ruins, carrying the branches I collected. Or maybe we're making a fire? I don't know what we're doing, but hopefully it's useful. Well, the only other problem is, whether I can act anything approaching normal around Saber after looking into her heart, however briefly. This way, Shiro. Rin has something to tell you. I guess I was worrying over nothing. Saber is her usual self. Unlike me, immature as I am, she's probably just approaching this pragmatically. Oh, yeah, I'll be alright. Or I'll be right there, sorry. Damn, I'm not going to let this get me down. I am so damn dumb, being the only one blushing over this. So I'm gonna do my best to keep my composure. There you are. We're going to start our meeting. Well, it may be a meeting, but we don't have time for arguments. There's only so much we can do to defeat Berserker, so can you at least hear me out? Yeah, of course. So, in terms of my idea for strategy here, like, one of the things that has been, talked about for a large portion of the game is it's important for the summons, the servants, to keep their identities secret. Because if you knew their identities, then you can use that to kind of game plan around them. So Berserker, in this iteration of the Grail War, is Heracles. Heracles is, and I think we've gone over this before, but it's been a bit, so let me recap this. Heracles' cause of death in mythology is, I believe, a poisoned... I think it's a poisoned arrow, but at the very least I know it's poison. So I think that's going to be our key to gaining the upper hand here. I don't know how... I'm not sure how we would get poison in the first place, but if we could, I think that would be a good idea. I mean, Rin's a mage. She can do cool magic stuff. I'm sure there's a cast poison, right? Saber and I nod. Our plan is simple. We're no match against Berserker using normal means. If we're going to win, we need to ambush him, which means we need to take his head off in a single attack and not leave him any chance to counterattack. Okay, so we've got like a Thor sort of, you should have gone for the head sort of situation here. Gotcha. Okay, that works too. I agree. Simply trading blows with Berserker will not critically injure him. If we are to defeat him, we will require another strategy. Besides, trading blows? Are you saying we need to attack Berserker before he realizes he's being attacked? Well, sure, I think it's reckless to go toe-to-toe with him, but that just sounds reckless. He's not the sort to just let something like that happen. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's got an oafish brute. Granted, I mean, intellect, like IQ level intellect is not necessarily the mark of whether or not you can ambush someone, right? Somehow I doubt, say, like, a tiger is doing great on the IQ test, but also I don't think I'm sneaking up on and, catching a tiger by the toe, eeny, meeny, miny, mo style. Yes, it's pretty optimistic to think we can get right up to Berserker without him noticing us. He has Iliesville. She'll immediately detect Saber and share his presence. I mean, I can conceal my presence, so that's not a problem. It's the rest of you that are problems. I'm the only one pulling my weight around here. I don't understand the logic, but I get the sense Ilya can detect me and Saber. Yeah, I sense that. It's totally not because Rin literally just laid that out and explained it. I just have a sort of sense for it. I've got a good feeling, or bad feeling about this. And if Tosaka's the only one who can conceal herself, you're not saying that you'll be the one launching the ambush, are you? Of course. You're the main target here, and I'm the one who can move freely. Leave striking Berserker from behind to me. Okay. I mean, if you're up for it. You make it sound so easy, but you sure as hell know it won't be. Of course not. That's why I'm going to have Saber create an opening for me. Saber, how much have you recovered? Fighting normally should not be a problem. However, I should avoid using my noble phantasm. With the amount of magical energy I have right now, I will no longer be able to maintain my body the moment I use it. And even if I do, it will not be at full power, so I do not believe it would be sufficient to defeat Berserker. Okay. Yes, that's fine. I will have Saber be the one to fight Berserker with Shiro, of course. I'll hide nearby, watching. I'm just a bonus to Ilisville, so she'll think I abandoned you two and just ran off if she doesn't see me around. And that does make sense. Honestly, like, why are you still helping us out? Like, with Archer down, you're basically out of the Grail War, as I understand the rules. Right? And I guess she, like, cares about me, like, not dying or something, but... And from a purely self-interest perspective, you should just bolt, honestly, Rin. But Rin's a good girl. I'll trust her to help us out here. Well, I suppose it is not impossible. If her chances are slim, we just have to make them better. Shiro seems to be friendly with Isabel, so he might be able to trick her by talking to her. Tosaka looks at me meaningfully. I may have some objections, but I'll hear you out. If I tell Ilya that Tosaka fled, she'll believe me. She doesn't doubt what people tell her. She is literally a child, after all. Doesn't seem like she cares. I don't know. Rin? I think she's nicer than she lets on. But there's still a problem. While I can confront Berserker, I cannot permit Shiro to do the same. Shiro will simply not survive an attack from Berserker. Have you noticed, though, like, I actually have, like, an amazing healing factor, it would seem. I'm basically Wolverine, so, you know, maybe don't worry too much about me. Nobody said Shiro needs to fight. Shiro just needs to provide backup while keeping his distance from Saber. It's going to be hard for Saber to push past Berserker alone, so help her out if she gets in danger. That is foolish. Shiro's not versed in MageCraft like you. Well, I mean, here's the thing, Saber. I understand you are a much greater asset to this operation than I am. However, if you go down, I'm screwed anyway. So we might as well maximize your odds of getting through this. You know? What can he do to support me? Shiro's going to have to figure that out. Not that masters have a whole lot they can do against Berserker. Even I would only drag Saber down if I got involved. Your joke fell flat? I'll be honest, Jacob. I did not see the initial joke in the chat. I'm not sure if it like got auto-modded or something, but it did not appear to me. So if I didn't react to that, that would be why. But we just don't have the option to let even one person be idle right now. See, Rin and I are on the same wavelength here. I know very well that Saber will disappear if Shiro dies, but we're going to have to risk it. This whole battle's a gamble to begin with. That is true, but... Saber makes a face and falls silent. Since Tosaka's gone quiet too, she must understand how reckless her proposal is. I can't blame them for being worried. The night I met Saber, the night Berserker attacked, the only thing I managed to use to defend her was my own body. There's a strong possibility that we're headed toward a repeat of what happened that night. So while it may be best for me to distance myself from the battlefield, I'm not going to do so unless they force me to. I know. I'll try to think of something to support from a distance. Oh, they're shocked. Was it really that much of a surprise? It's me, Shiro. I'm reckless. That's like my main character trait. Reckless with a bit of a hero complex. I just have to support Saber from a distance, right? I'll come up with something. I grabbed the tree branches I gathered earlier, as I say that. Hmm. Okay, tacos. Yep, makes sense. They're just the right length and exactly the right kind of flexibility. This is the first time I've done this kind of strengthening. But I don't think I'm wrong in principle here. Basically, I just need to layer my strengthening until it turns into something substantial. Right? The old idea that a sufficient difference in scale ends up becoming a difference in kind. Besides, he had something like this, so I can use it as a reference. On top of that, magical energy has been flowing through my body for a while now. All I have to do is to repeat my usual process. I analyze its basic structure and change it. I analyze the material's composition and reinforce it. Okay. Starting from the branch, my result should be his bow, but something's missing. I need to think of this from the standpoint of creation. If I were to make something as close as possible to the real thing, I need to envision everything I can about it, down to the smallest detail. I opened my eyes. The wrapped branch was the right shape, but something wasn't... Crap, it's not even close. It looks kind of close to me. And maybe the tension might be off or something, but shape-wise, it looks great. It's ugly, distorted. And yet, I can tell it will work fine as a bow. Now I just have to create an arrow following the same concept. Shiro, you just... Yeah, I think I got the hang of it after the incident with Shinji. You said it yourself, don't strain myself. I see, well, it's good you have some means to attack, so I won't say anything else. Back to our original topic. So you two will fight Berserker, I'll climb a tree before everything starts, and watch from above. And once Saber's created an opening, I'll skewer Berserker from above, which should be his blind spot, with all my gems. That's all there is to our plan. It's pretty simple. Dosaka turns her attention to us, checking whether we have any questions. I guess it seems relatively straightforward, as long as he doesn't look up. Gems, is that your magecraft, friend? Even if all this were to work, no amount of half-baked magecraft would reach Berserker's body. If we are to harm him, we will need an attack of truly surpassing power. I know that. You're saying we an attack that's... I presume you're saying we need an attack that's at least A rank. As she says this, Tosaka pulls several jewels from her pockets. What are these jewels? Think of it like my life savings. A single one of these can immediately activate into a great magecraft at rank A. I had 10 of these, but I used one on you. I see. If it is of the same caliber of magecraft, then I can say for sure that Berserker will not be able to defend himself. He does not have magic resistance like I do. Even if it's magecraft, an A rank should definitely pierce his defense. Exactly. I thought of starting with a small batches, but we can't afford to take that much time. I'm thinking of giving Berserker 2 or 3 of these. And look, I know it's your life savings, but hear me out for a second. If this doesn't work, we're all dead. So why not just drop the full nuke on him? Just go all out. Every single gem, all at once. Like, I'm not sure if that's feasible, but if it is, yeah, just an idea. Tosaka puffs out her chest confidently. However... Hey, aren't you being a little stingy? I agree. It may not be my place to say, but I believe under the circumstances, you should be losing at least half of your stock. Why would you say that? That's not your call. You guys don't understand how hard it was to save all this up. I mean, if you die, though, what's the point in the excess gems? Right? Saber and I protest silently. Tosaka's life depends on this operation too. Yeah, we can't let ourselves fail just because she's being stingy. Fine, just half, right? Just half? Oh, come on. I've just kind of been wanting to say that. I know what's at stake here. Anyway, that's our plan. All I have to do now is find a place for me to hide and a spot for Shiro to support Saber. We should get set up before Elysville gets here. Yeah, we can't stay in these ruins anymore. And like Tosaka said, we need to find a place where we can all lie in wait for Berserker. But before that... Ooh, okay, I'm worried about Saber and I'm worried about Tosaka. This is interesting. I think it's... this is probably unlikely to be a pick the wrong choice and you die sort of choice. I think this is probably more a, are you leaning towards like the Saber side of like the plot and developments, or the Tosaka side? I don't know, I mean, we just had that like whole event with Saber last stream, so anyone could argue maybe you go with Tosaka to like balance things out, get some perspective on both of the characters before we get into battle, or you double down on Saber. And I think the way things are going right now, I think Saber is by far my closest and most trusted ally. Tosaka's great, but she's not Saber, right? I mean, Saber is like actually like literally like magically contractually bound to like help me out and stuff. So we'll go with Saber. Also, kind of like Saber a little more. Like, not to play favorites or anything, but I don't know. There's something about Saber's personality. It's charming in a very unique sort of way. I wonder if Saber's really okay. She says she has no problems fighting, but wouldn't it be hard for her to go up against Berserker when she's so weak? Don't let her hear you call her weak, man. Or, I suppose I'm more concerned about her noble phantasm. I will not be able to maintain my body if I use it. Well, I mean, she's not going to use it then, right? Simple as that. Solution found. That's what Saber said. That means Saber will disappear the instant she uses that attack. Saber. Yes, what is it, Shiro? Before we go out to fight, can you promise me one thing? Yes, as long as it is something I can do. Okay, well, yeah. I don't want you to use your noble phantasm, no matter what happens. It's important, and I don't want you to die, even if it means we defeat Berserker. Yes, I understand. I do not intend to use my noble phantasm either. I do not think I will be able to defeat Berserker with the amount of magical energy I have, and more importantly, I will be unable to obtain the Holy Grail if I disappear. This is true. Though, she says that now. I do wonder, push comes to shove, I'm like seconds away from being like lethally killed, as opposed to non-lethally being killed. She probably pulls out the noble phantasm in that case, I think. That's just the kind of person she is. So, I need to make sure I don't get myself nearly killed. What? No problem. She's as direct as ever. It's a relief to hear. Okay. Yeah, that's the Saber that I know. It's good to hear you've been so insanely calm. And what do you mean by that, Shiro? It was a compliment, okay? Compliment. Insanely calm. Nothing at all. Let's just get going. Tosaka will get upset again if we keep her waiting. Yes, it appears complaining to you has become something of a hobby of hers. And with that kind of weird observation, Saber turns to leave the ruins. But then, she trips on a chunk of rubble and stumbles forward. What? That's odd. Oh. I quickly grab her hand from behind. Come on, watch your step. You'll need to be careful in this mess. Saber. Okay, you don't need to be that embarrassed. Everyone trips from time to time. A little stumble, that's fine. And Saber seems to be blushing. Saber, what's wrong? Did something happen? No, it is nothing, but if you hold my hand like that, Saber's face turns a deep crimson. Wait, it's not the being embarrassed at tripping, it's the handhold. Saber. Okay. Look, we gotta focus, Saber. We got life and death battle coming up, alright? Focus. She must look like I did a few minutes ago. Ah! I find myself blushing too now. It's contagious. With her hand in mine, I suddenly remember the sensations I felt with Saber and quickly pull my hand back. Oh, now she looks dejected. I can't win here. The two of us stand rigidly, saying nothing. Let's head out. We better get moving. We don't have much time. Yes, let's... sorry, Shiro. We head out after that bit of awkwardness. Once we're outside, we'll never come back here. I look back towards the ruin for the last time, and then turn back to the battlefield. We reach a clearing in the forest. The sun is rising, and a white layer of morning mist blankets the forest. Compared to the much denser forest around us, this is a good vantage point. Tosaka, this place doesn't seem bad. Yes, it meets most of our conditions, but it might actually be too open. I should be able to escape, but it might be tough for you and Saber. Tosaka is such a perfectionist, if she's even considering escape routes. Let's try somewhere else. We still have some time. Tosaka returns to the forest. What's up, Saber? Notice anything? But Saber stands motionless, staring off into the distance. Saber, what are you doing? We need to hurry or Isva's going to... This is what the remaster looks like. What the hell is the point? Well, I think most of the point was to just release the visual novel officially in English. Not to mention, I mean, I'm sure it's probably better than whatever the conditions were in, like, when did it release? Like 2004. I imagine resolution's probably higher and whatnot. Not sure if widescreen is new or not, so I'm not an expert on what all the changes would be, but yeah. Anyways, a chill runs up my spine. I could never forget this feeling. I can't see him or feel his presence. But the sudden weight of the air pressing down around me is definitely coming from him. I found you. His voice echoes from somewhere in the forest. Beyond the mist. From deeper in the forest, a dark figure approaches. Wait right there. I'm coming to kill you. Maybe it's because we're in a clearing with an open view of the sky. But it feels like Ilya is peeking down at us from up in the clouds. Crap, did she find Shiro already? This isn't good. This place is too wide open. How fast is she? We have less than 2 minutes until she... Hey, what are you two waiting for? I keep telling you this is a bad spot. We need to get somewhere else. Fast! Tosaka grabs our hands. But it's too late. No. This is fine, Tosaka. We're lucky enough that the three of us are able to fight together. We can't ask for anything more. You dummy! That's exactly the problem. It's way too open here. Saber can't handle Berserk alone, and you can't get out of his range to support her here. I know you're concerned for me, but we're all in danger here. Besides, we can't escape now anyway. That's true, but... Are you ready, Saber? We're fighting Berserker here. Saber nods quietly. Oh, come on! Fine. I'll be really ticked if you two get thrashed. Dosaka, apparently convinced, disappears into the mist. Once she goes into action, she acts quickly. She darts into the forest and then scrambles up a tree. Oh, good to see I got you on the YouTube recommendations. Beta? Yeah, this visual novel actually is my first experience with the Fate series at all, so it's been fun so far. They're coming. Saber, are you ready? I should ask you the same. Once battle begins, please do not move past this point. I will not let Berserker near this spot. The mist wavers. Out of the morning fog, a dark shadow spreads across the clearing. A mad warrior, led by a pale girl, steps into view. This is a surprise. I thought you were going to flee until the end. Or have you given up, brother? Ilya is about 40 meters from me. We face each other from opposite ends of the clearing. Oh, so Saber got better. That must be why you stopped running. What a shame. It's cute that you think it'll be enough to beat me, though. Sorry, you're going to die here. Her giggles echo into the forest. Apparently that ticks her off. Saber, still standing beside me, is practically vibrating with animosity. She might launch herself forward at any moment. Oh, you're all quiet now. You're so boring. Are you scared of dying? What a waste. If you beg for your life, maybe I'll consider sparing you. Dosaka's probably in position. She'll probably want to be as close to the center of the clearing as she can. There's a spot where the tree branches overlap. It should be sturdy enough to support her weight. I see, so that's how it's going to be. Enough chatter then. I'll kill you and Rin. Wait, where's Rin, Shiro? I have to give it to Berserker's master. She knows better than to overlook any details. Especially the first route. It's the first route I've played, at least. I don't know if the visual novel is structured in such a way that it's like... Because I know sometimes visual novels are structured and like you basically do route 1, then 2, then 3, and it's a kind of prescribed order. Sometimes it's more like a branching thing. I have no idea how this visual novel is structured, though, so... Anyways, Dosaka's gone. We stopped working together a while ago. So you two split up? That figures. You and Saber could only drag her down. She should be able to do pretty well on her own. Well, there you go. She's probably out of the forest by now. I doubt you'll catch up to her even if you go after her right now. Oh, you think so? This forest isn't Einsburn, bounded field. I always know the instant someone enters or leaves. Nobody's left, so Rin's still in the forest. I have plenty of time to deal with her once I've taken care of you. Well, good to know there, Beta. That's a relief. If Ilya only detects who's going in and out of the forest, then she doesn't know where Dosaka is now. That, and she believed my story pretty easily. Ilya is a truly merciless master. But is she too merciless to have a chance to start over? Ilya, before we fight, there's something I want to ask you. Would you consider quitting being a master and ending this battle? I can't. This is grandfather's command. As long as Berserker's around, I am a master of the Einsburns. I need to kill other masters and bring home the Holy Grail. But I'm the one who should be asking you a question. I'm the head of the Einsburn household, so I'm not going to repeat what I said earlier. But I might reconsider if you're willing to change your answer. She sounds almost hopeful. But as long as I have Saber with me, I can't agree to what she's asking. My answer is unchanged. I'm Saber's master. If you're not going to quit being a master, I'll defeat Berserker and make you quit. Sorry, that was bad intonation. If you're not going to quit being a master, I'll defeat Berserker and make you quit. I look at both Ilya and Berserker and say that. In that instant, the air in the clearing tenses with a sharp snapping sound. I see. Then I'm going to kill you now. I'm going to annihilate you, right down to that conceited head of yours. What? What the heck's that? It's like magic circuits, but like externally on her body. There's some sort of inscription appearing on Ilya's face? No, it's not just her face. It's a huge command spell covering her entire body. And I can even see it at this distance. It's so much more massive than the ones we have. Oh, command spells, okay. Playtime is over. Trample them, Heracles. Ilya's voice is completely lifeless. And in response, the giant behind her howls. I can't read that. His roar shakes the earth. He screams and thrashes like he's lost his mind. His abilities grow even more powerful, like his body is swelling with deformed masses. That is impossible. Was you only depriving him of reason rather than letting him go berserk? I'm not surprised, Saber is shuddering. Even I, who can't gauge the warrior's strength, can tell I shouldn't be getting anywhere near that monster. You think Archer's my wingman? I guess we'll see. See where it goes. Go, kill everything you see, Berserker. The air explodes. The giant bellows a roar so different from its anguished wail and leaps. Saber! A streak of silver surges forward in answer. Berserker lands in the middle of the clearing. The earth shakes. Saber intercepts Berserker as if stopping a falling meteor. Sheesh. They're really going at it. It's like watching a mythical battle unfolding in front of me. In a forest shrouded by morning mist, two shadows clash relentlessly. Berserker is simply overwhelming. Berserker's swipes are like whirlwinds, his downward strikes like waterfalls. Even Saber wouldn't survive a direct hit. But Saber deflects his every attack without faltering or hesitating. She swipes aside the barrage of strikes raining on her like a raging storm. To fail would mean being cut down on the spot. To Saber, each of the rapid blows seemed to strike with her opponent's full might. The clash of swords echoes around the clearing. Berserker has greater reach. Berserker is faster. Berserker has more stamina. All Saber can do is parry the titanic surges of wind from Berserker's swings to mitigate the sheer strength, all just to avoid being cut in half. Berserker is like a broken jackhammer. His blade spins in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Just getting in reach could only be fatal. There would be no hope of escape. They'd get caught in that whirling blade and ground to dust. No normal human would have a chance against that. And if getting close can only mean death, then the only option is fleeing. But Saber steps into the whirlwind and doesn't retreat. She'll be shredded to pieces. The sword sparks off of her, slowly chipping her armor away. Standing in the middle of that vortex, she could be dead in a heartbeat. I can only hold my breath. In ancient times, heroes who fought dragons and demonic beasts must have all been like this. Like her. They know perfectly well how vast the gap in strength between them is. But they bet everything on a 1 in a million shot. A seething mass of violence beyond anything humans are capable of. They just defend until a single opportunity presented itself. Many warriors died without ever seeing the miracle they were waiting for. That's exactly what this battle is. It is a glamorous, eye-catching battle, but it only ends one way, with Saber's defeat. Each blow chips away a little more at her. Berserker's roar shakes the ground. The sheer whirlwind of his frenzy churns up the atmosphere and sends Saber flying as she tries to defend. Every time Berserker's attacks chip away a bit of Saber's armor, she's thrown to the ground. But instead of remaining down or on her knees, Saber charges right back at Berserker every time. But she's at her limits. Saber's breathing is labored and her movements are visibly slowing. There won't be any opening. In a few moments, Berserker's titanic weapon will shatter Saber's sword. I grip the bow I made. I'm going to provide back with my bow, or what will that do? At the very least, a distraction, right? And this isn't a decision. You help. Ugh. The moment Saber goes flying, I fire at Berserker. This won't hurt him, but it should at least get his attention. The arrow hits Berserker squarely on the temple, but it doesn't even leave a scratch. I can't even get his attention. The giant does not block the arrow. He doesn't even seem to care. That's right, Berserker. Leave Shiro alone. You can do whatever you want with him after you kill Saber. His laugh echoes through the forest. What? Maybe I need to shoot Ilya! Right? While Berserker's... Damn! I can't do anything! Saber's about to collapse right in front of me, but I can't do anything! I'm powerless. No matter what I do, I can't hurt Berserker. And I'm just distracting Saber! A slash. Saber sinks into the ground all the way to her ankles as she parries a massive blow. The parrying blade is swift but heavy. The axe sword strikes down from overhead. The brutally powerful weapon grazes Saber's armor as she dodges, then tears up the earth itself. My jaw is clenched so hard my teeth could well shatter. is there really nothing I can do? I can't protect Saber. I can't fight alongside her. There's nothing I can do. All I can do is... Then at least imagine it. It is all you can really do. Archer said something like that. You don't need an enemy. The only opponent you need to fight is your own mind. Yeah, what was he saying again? It wasn't one of his typical snide remarks. What he said had weight and importance to it, and I needed to understand. Then again, probably everything he told me was a warning I shouldn't ignore. Saber goes flying. This time it's not because she leaped away to evade. Berserker hit her this time. That hurricane slash strikes Saber in the side. She stumbles. Coughing violently, she grips her weapon tighter and turns back towards Berserker. The giant doesn't miss the opening Saber finally provides. Oh no. Stop! My voice doesn't reach them. Shouting is useless, and trying to use the bow like Archer would be pointless. Don't I understand yet? What can I do? What should these hands of mine be doing? That's right. What do I need to save Saber? I can't use a bow. A spear won't pierce him. Having a weapon just like the enemies is no solution either. To go up against that giant. A sword to cut through a mountain of stone. An opulent sword. Sharper than sharp that will never dull. A king's sword. Able to cut down enemies in a single blow. Like that golden sword I saw in my dream. A sword fit for her. Ugh. My head hurts. I try to fight down my nausea, but I never take my eyes off Saber. Strangely, the longer I watch Saber fall, the more this indescribable pain assaults me. Saber and Berserker seem to be moving in slow motion. I see a row of switches line up. Saber coughs for a brief second. She arches in pain. Berserker smashes his axe sword down toward her with all his might. It's as if there's a row of nails I need to be hammering down. It's like he's knocking down dominoes. The switch flips. Oh! Can use some magic? Hopefully it's not too late. Saber! Berserker's axe sword cuts Saber down. She's going to die. The strike splits Saber in half at the waist, and pieces of her flesh go flying. No, that's not what's happening! The only thing that's gone flying is pieces of armor. Berserker's only split Saber's armor. Saber left herself open to bait Berserker into a single, huge swing, and with every ounce of strength she has, she rushes at him. He's angry about something. A black roar rips through the air. But he can't escape now. Saber's right in front of him. She shifts her grip on her sword and darts in closer, then swings with all her might. I don't believe this. Saber's attack hits home, and the giant who had seemed so invincible flies back several meters. And then... Get back, Saber! Then comes the true attack. Alright, come on, Red. She must intend to release the attack from as close as possible. Tosaka jumps down from the branch above and throws her jewels at Berserker as she falls. Shards of ice rain on Berserker. Among those shards are 3 giant spear-shaped icicles, each packed with enough magical energy to blow an entire mansion to smithereens. Smithereens is not a word I say on the regular. No! Dodge it, Berserker! Ilya, quiet until now, suddenly screams at her servant. She must have sensed the danger, but too late. The ice spears aren't falling. They're accelerating toward Berserker. He can't possibly dodge. A 1-in-a-million opportunity. Saber's desperate attack perfectly coordinated with the ice bullet's attacks. It has more than enough magical energy to kill Berserker. However... Oh no. The axe sword slices through the air. Even as Saber drives him back, he switches to a single-handed grip on his axe sword and shatters all 3 ice spears. Blood splatters the clearing. Maybe it's his one-armed swing, but he fails to completely destroy the ice. And when it strikes, it severs one of Berserker's arms. That's not all. The ice freezes over Berserker's arm, completely restraining it. But it only got one arm. What? Saber cries out. It's a reasonable response. Berserker catches Tosaka with his good arm as she falls. Oh no! Tosaka's face twists in pain. Berserker will have no trouble crushing Tosaka with his hand. Tosaka! I run. I don't care if I drag them down. It doesn't matter if I can't do anything. I'm not going to let Tosaka die! And Saber must be too weak to even stand, but somehow she gets to her feet. Tosaka must be in agonizing pain, but she stretches a hand out as she hangs her head downward. And then... Just as I thought. Okay, stop the notifications, phone. Please, this is an impactful scene here. She grins wickedly. Oh, all part of the plan? Everyone gasps. Saber, me, and even Berserker must have all frozen in our tracks. One person can only have so many tricks up their sleeve. She knew this might happen. She hadn't even bothered to tell us. Berserker squeezes harder around her. He's a heartbeat too late. Gotcha! And if that doesn't get him, then like... What can? 4 bullets of pure light streak toward Berserker. 4 bullets, 4 gems. 4 rapid shots, the most extreme close range. That has to be enough to end the dark, mad warrior. Or rather, the attack perfectly, completely snuffs out his life. It must have blown Berserker's head clean off. The blood splatter even reaches me. 10 meters from where Berserker stands. There's kind of a lot more than blood in the mess, but I don't think she overdid it. Our opponent was a monster. Berserker would have crushed Tosaka if she hadn't blown his head off. So what are we doing with Ilya now, I wonder? Surely we don't have to kill her, but I don't know, maybe it's the safest play? That took 5 minutes in the end. Well, that's the difference in medium for you. I slow my frantic run. Tasaka's still in Berserker's grip, but the battle's over. Berserker's face is still hidden in a plume of smoke. From that singeing sound, it must have been a hell of an No way. No way. I hear Tasaka's voice. She's looking at the smoke and disbelief. Is he not dead? Is he not dead yet? Hold on. Am I imagining things? Did Berserker's hand tighten on Tasaka? It's just a rigor mortis, you know? Right? Tasaka's staring at the plume of smoke. It doesn't last long. The smoke starts to dissipate. And in the clearing air... Well then, well, so much for that plan. Berserker's face, the face that should have been blown off his body, appears. Tasaka cowers under that evil demon's gaze, at a loss for words. Laughter fills the air. Ilya, who remained at the far side of the clearing, laughs delightedly. I see in a new light, Rin. I didn't think you could have possibly killed Berserker even once. Too bad Berserker won't disappear that easily. You see, he can't die unless he's killed 12 times. One for each labor? What the heck? 12 times. Oh, is that... Oh, that explains so much now. Archer got off X-Men of... So, what death count are we on now? Please don't tell me we're on death count number 1. Did they not explain his phantasm? No. We just kind of knew he's generally pretty durable up until now. I did not know he literally can't die. Like he's almost got like a double Voldemort going on. Killed 12 times. She must have figured something out from what Ilya just told her. Tasaka looks aghast, her face twisting in regret. I get it. I should have figured it out as soon as I learned his true name. Heracles should have the bow of Hydra, but his only weapon was a rock. His no phantasm isn't an object he's carrying. The symbol for the hero Heracles is... That's right. His body itself is his noble phantasm. You should know about Heracles' 12 labors. The Greek hero Heracles overcame 12 monumental tasks to atone for his sins, and his reward was immortality. Right. You know exactly what that means, don't you? A stockpile of lives. Layers of resurrection magicraft. Yep, that's why he can't die easily. He possesses the curse of immortality, given by the gods, so that he can endure the same number of trials or deaths he once overcame. That's right, Jedi Steve. Last time she did mention him sustaining 6 or 7 fatal blows. I didn't realize he literally, like, they were literally fatal blows. I thought it was like, oh, to a normal person, this would be fatal blows. If you're so durable, that you're fine. Huh. Man, Archer must have been really strong then. Jeez. We only barely did it once. He did like, what 5 or 6 or something? That's my Berserker's noble phantasm. God hand. Understand? You killed Berserker there, but he still has 5 lives left. Okay. Well, just gotta do that 5 more times after Rin's already spent her entire net's worth and Saber's, like, exhausted and spent. Okay. You're so close, Rin. Berserker would have disappeared if you'd only used 5 times the jewels you just did. I can't hear Ilya's voice clearly. From the corner of my eye, I see Saber charging Berserker. Rin, run! Saber dashes over. Tasaka tries to pry open Berserker's fingers, but they won't budge. And then... It's okay, Berserker. Crush her. The burning eyes glare at Tasaka. Tasaka screams. Berserker's enormous fingers dig into Tasaka, trying to rip out her insides. There's only one outcome. No. Tasaka's lifeless body being crushed to nothing. Okay, we went there. I run. I forget who I'm up against. I even forget where I am. My mind is completely burned out. I will not allow it. Saber cuts towards Berserker. Her invisible sword swings at Berserker's defenseless arm as if slicing through a radish. But it's no use. Saber's attack pings harmlessly off of Berserker's arm. His grip on Tasaka doesn't loosen. Just moving must be agony for Saber. She swings her sword desperately, blood trickling from her mouth. Shiro! She freezes the instant she sees me rushing at Berserker. Let go of her, you bastard! I slap mindlessly at his back with my bow. Not the best strategy. The giant is unfazed. He doesn't consider me a threat, though maybe I can use that to my advantage. My fingers are getting numb. What the hell is he? If I'm the one going numb from hitting him! Well, that is actually something that can happen. Like, if you don't have proper form with your punches, and especially if you're punching something sufficiently hard, you can actually hurt yourself more than your targets. Run, Shiro. Huh? I look up when I hear Saber. In that instant, I go flying through the air like a leaf. I hit the ground and tumble like a bit of stray garbage. Berserker smacked me away with that frozen sword. I try to block the attack with my bow, but it shatters instantly and I'm thrown so far away. I writhe in pain. That breaking sound hadn't come from the bow. One of my arms is bent at the wrong angle. In the wrong spot. When I breathe in, my lungs hurt so bad, I want to puke them up. Okay, so broken arm, broken ribs. I can't breathe properly with all the blood flooding my mouth. But that doesn't matter. Breathing will just make me pass out. Granted, not breathing is not really an acceptable alternative, I don't think. Better than a not breathing. Okay, what do I know? I wake up. Right now, I need to get to him. Him! I run. It's my turn. I'm going to break his arm and save Tasaka. He must have eyes on the back of his head. He swings his sword casually like he's batting aside a fly. I can dodge it. Right? If he's batting the fly, then I am the fly, and the flies are great at dodging. I won't let an arm that's completely frozen hit me so easily. Ugh. Damn, my body's sinking. He must have grazed my leg. Damn him, he didn't even touch my leg, but he somehow managed to break it anyway. Ridiculous. That is enough. Stay back, Master. I can't do that. I can't let Tosaka die. What do I need to do to save her? A weapon? A blade would be best. Had my feet broken pieces of the bow. Above me, Berserker's sword swinging right at me. There's no time to think. I let magical energy flow through me. The strengthening succeeds easily, but down comes Berserker's sword. The fragments are finally pulverized. I meant to dodge, but instead my body slams it to the ground. Clearly there was no point. Strengthening broken shards. I'll have to do this from scratch. It shouldn't be impossible. Anyone can imitate as long as they have an example to follow. I just need to duplicate the foundation, structure, work experience, time, and am I applying for a job or am I making a sword? I don't know. The giant turns around. It must have decided to kill the little nuisance before finishing Tosaka off. Well, I preserved Tosaka's life for like an extra 10 seconds, maybe. I push up from the ground and glare at the giants. There's no fear. I'm too burned out for fear. But behind me, I see someone prepared to disappear. Oh no. I see someone determined to use the sacred sword. Is that really our choice, or don't use it? I mean, we can't let Saber use the sword. Like, no, you agreed, Saber. Besides, best case scenario was you use your phantasm, maybe you take away one more of his lives, puts him at 4, and then you disappear, and now what? Then what? I'm screwed anyway. Don't use it! Well, think of another way out. We need a more sustainable solution than that. Wind peels back from the blade. The golden sword begins to reveal itself in Saber's hand. I told her not to use it! The sword I told her never to use, no matter what. I snap. The last thread that had been holding me together finally gives. Don't use it, Saber! Ooh, command spell. There we go. That's how you use them. My left hand burns. A command spell stroke disappears. What? Why? We have no other choice, Shiro. No, Saber. The cost is too great, and there's no universe in which that actually works. I don't care. To hell with that. All I know is that if she uses it, she'll disappear. You're already on your last legs just from unleashing your sword. You can't use it right now. So just hold on. If you can't use your sword, I'll make one you can use. Ooh. Okay, I can see that working, maybe. Then at least imagine it. If you can't possibly beat the opponent in reality, then beat them in your imagination. If you can't win yourself, imagine something that can win. It's so obvious. It's the only thing I can do. I have to make it. I have to make something that won't lose. I have to imagine the strongest weapon. I have to imagine the ultimate imitation. It has to fool everyone. Even me. It shouldn't be that hard. That or maybe I'm delusional. Who can say? It's not something impossible. If it exists, it can be made, right? Since the beginning. My body has been a specialized magic circuit for this purpose alone. Oh, an achievement. Project Saber's sword. Well, that seems like a positive development. I leap up. My entire body burns like it's on fire. My left hand is crimson. There we go. What? What? That sword is mine? Sarah's voice rings with shocked disbelief. She's staring at the weapon in my hands, at the thing that shouldn't exist. The sword seems to have a will of its own. Wait, is that the sword screaming? Or me? Or is that a figure of speech of like, I'm just so psyched that I just go to town immediately? The golden blade moves as if it's being drawn to the giant's arm. It slashes at him, tearing through the arm. Tasaka falls to the ground along with the arm that had been holding her. The golden sword shatters as if it had been made of glass. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Can I make another one? This planned obsolescence gets you every time, even when you're battling Heracles to try to save you and your friend's life. Boom! Apple gets you with the planned obsolescence. My blood begins to flow backward. That seems bad. It doesn't matter. The sword broke. That's impossible. If I imitate that sword, it shouldn't have shattered like that. It shattered because it wasn't sufficient. My image of the sword wasn't enough. Berserker's furious gaze turns toward me. His massive sword swings up at me. This time he's determined to cut me in half. It doesn't matter. Berserker, you're not my enemy right now. I'm only fighting against one person right now. The last one wasn't perfect. My image of it was flawed, so the sword that should have been invincible broke. If I'm to duplicate things, I need to work on not just their shape, but also their maker. I hear the others holding their breath. In front of me, I see the axe sword rushing toward me like an oncoming storm, and a half-formed sword ready to block it. In desperation, I try to use the sword to block the incoming blade. But that doesn't matter to me. Right now, I need to finish this blade to make it real. Another mistake. You're not fit for fighting, Shiromiya. Your battle's supposed to be a mental one, not a fight against your own self. You don't have to remind me. What I need to do is simple. Projection, start. I concentrate. I'm challenging my own self. There can be neither deviation nor compromise. I've become a perfectionist. Whoa. Determining creation ideology. Anticipating base essence. Duplicating material structure. Replicating the forger's skill. Resonating with the process, or the possessor's experience, not the processor, the possessor. Very important distinction there. Imitating the uncountable years. And surpassing every manufacturing process. I present to you. Illusion shall bind with reality to forge a sword. The giant roars. My sword deflects the countless gusts assaulting me from the enemy's furious attacks. But that's about it. I'm knocked away from him. Don't I come to, the sword leaves everything to me. The attacks I blocked so easily a moment ago now toss me around effortlessly. I can't feel my arms. The skin of my wrists is blistered and red. I'm surprised I can't even keep my grip on the sword. My legs do not work. I can only imagine every muscle shredded to ribbons. I can't get up. I made a sword that surpasses Berserker. But that's all. It is a weapon without a hand sufficient to wield it. I'm just the one who made it. I can't wield the sword I worked so hard to make. A shadow looms over me. He must know who he has to kill first now. I rush away, and Berserker rushes after me like a gust of wind. His enormous sword swings toward me, but is deflected. Huh? In complete disbelief, I realize another hand is closed around my own. The air splits around me. The giant attacks with all his might, trying to destroy everything around him. But right before that happens... Shadow, your hand! She's so close I can hear her voice over the din. If Berserker is a stormfront coming to attack me, Saber's a gale rushing to my side. Saber sprints over to me and twists around, gripping me firmly. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Very fun sort of team-up concept there. I like it. The rock sword shatters. The golden flash explodes through the giant's axe sword and continues ahead, slicing through Berserker's rock-like body without slowing. Maybe I copied the form so well that I copied some of its abilities too. The golden sword lodges deep in Berserker's body and glows so brilliantly that light pours from the giant's body. And then, in an instant, the light fades and the forest falls silent. We still gotta do that like 4 more times though, right? All the strength flees my limbs. The heat that had been surging through me rapidly cools. The sword I made begins to disappear. I watch it vacantly. Saber and I remain together, holding the sword in our hands until it's disappeared completely. Wind sweeps through the clearing. The earth-shaking howl and the blade that had churned up the very air are gone. Who the heck is speaking? So is that your blade, Saber? Oh, it's Heracles. I didn't realize he could speak. The previously invincible giant, now immobile, looks to the knight, who defeated him, and speaks in a low, rumbling voice. This is Caliban, the sword and the stone meant to strike the king. It is my blade, and it was lost forever. However... Yeah, that's the one thing always confuses me. Like, I have trouble keeping it straight in my head with the... Well, not the one thing, but one of the things that I have a hard time keeping straight in my head with regards to, like, Arthurian legend is, I think... Because the sword and the stone is actually a different sword than Excalibur, I believe, right? Like, that's, like, the sword that chooses the king, and then Excalibur, I think, is actually from, like, the Lady of the Lake or something. So... It's just confusing, right? Make up your mind. Give your cool, like, mythological king character, like, a specific awesome sword. He doesn't need 2. Just, like, come on. That's just indulgence. However... It is not your sword anymore. It was merely an illusion that boy created. Oh, I'm aware that this is not Excalibur. That's what I was going on rant-wise. Of like, because this is a sword I saw her wield in like my dreams. That's different from Excalibur, which she wields now. I understand what's going on. Don't worry, I'm not lost. I was just riffing on Arthurian mythos. Like, why are there two? Why are there 2 swords? It just makes things confusing. Anyway, Saber nods quietly. In imitation, a blade that will never again exist. And yet, Berserker's chest opens up. He begins to dissolve. His body begins to crumble like wet sand, beginning where the sword pierced him, and rapidly expanding outward. Jeez, sorry, my eyelash is like getting my eye. But that illusion should not be underestimated. I never expected it could have destroyed me 7 times over in a single blow. His dying words are spoken without emotion. The mad warrior keeps to his role until his very end, and fades away in a dispersing haze into the misty morning air. Dizziness rocks me where I stand. This is probably the price for such excessive use of MageCraft. The blood that rages through me is putting pressure on my brain, sending far too much oxygen out to the rest of my body. My head feels like it could split open. The enemy has disappeared, and whatever was numbing the pain earlier has faded. As if to make me pay the accumulated toll of this incredible battle, the dizziness and headache crash into me like twin meteors. I'm about to collapse, but Saber supports me. Saber shouldn't have the energy for that either at this point. No, I'm fine. I've got a few broken bones, but nothing fatal. I've got that healing thing, and it's already kicking in, so I'll be fine. That is nonsense. You used protection magecraft to the extreme. You must rest right now. But there's someone I have to talk to first. Ah, yes, Ilya. So, I mean, with Berserker dead, you're effectively eliminated. So, like, you done antagonizing me then, maybe, Ilya? I mean, she is still, I think, a powerful mage in her own right. So, let's not do anything reckless here, but... Saber stands ready. Ilya stares at where Berserker had been standing, her eyes hollow. Good. I do not know if there is a reason for her to remain here, but she has spared us the need to pursue her. She shall die, Grace. No, Saber, don't hurt Ilya. Without Berserker, she's... I stopped Saber with the last remaining strength I have. Ilya doesn't even seem to notice we're here. She just stares at the ground. No way. Did you die, Berserker? She sounds like an abandoned child. Ilya? Ilya lifts her head absent-mindedly. It happens suddenly. Ilya collapses like a puppet with its strings cut. What? I don't know what happened. I just stare at Ilya where she lies. Oh, and then... Sheesh, everyone is injured. Like is anyone holding up well? I feel like we're the Lions' defense this year or something. Though we are still winning. Like the Lions' defense. And at almost the same moment, Tasaka raises her hand. She is freed now that Berserker's arms disappeared. I must have loosened up the moment I learned Tasaka was safe. My vision blurs and I can feel my body trying to pass out. I can't show that kind of weakness. We may have defeated Berserker, but we're still in the forest. Weary as we are, we have to force ourselves to get out of the forest. I look up at the sky as it begins to lighten. The town is a long way away. All my allies are wounded, and every single inch of me hurts. And yet, morning has come. We survived a night I was prepared not to. After defeating our greatest enemy, we leave the winter forest. I think, yeah, that's a good point to save, for sure. Granted, I save it like every possible moment, but, you know. Alright, February 12th. 12th. Internal level 4? What does that even mean? The sky was still pale gray. Was it dawn or dusk? It's hard to tell. The vast sky overhead and a wide field stretching out on all sides. The sky seemed close enough to touch. Clouds low enough to grab hold of. This was one of the battlefields she fought on. But there was no longer any cavalry in her service. The sprawling golden meadow was gone. Instead, unfolding under the dull sky, was the remnants of a battlefield. Oh, I'm dreaming. No emotion. She must have seen this kind of thing almost daily. Her desolate heart was empty. As she leaned against the golden sword, she exhaled deeply and let her shoulders relax. The battle must have ended. After glancing over the bodies of the defeated soldiers, she returned to her camp. Those were the battles she experienced. Her cold, calm demeanor remained unchanged. No matter the predicament she's been in, she remained just like the woman I've always known. And then I see the dream of a king. The moment she drew the sword, she stopped being human. She took over for her father as a feudal lord and became a king with many knights. She was known as King Arthur and Altria. The life of the girl who once aspired to be a knight changed so radically. She acted like she was the king's son. The ruler of territories and knights had to be male. Only her father and the mage knew the king was female. She covered herself in iron and hid that truth for the rest of her life. There were those who had their suspicions. But the king of knights who wielded the sacred sword knew neither injury nor age. Excalibur was blessed with the protection of the fairies, making its possessor immortal. As such, nobody questioned her tiny frame, which was much too small for a knight, or her face, which may have appeared girlish. Instead, she was hailed as a truly beautiful king. And in fact, the king was invincible. Neither size nor appearance mattered. Those who lived in fear of the savage invaders desired a strong king, and the valiant knights who would follow only a truly superior leader. The king satisfied each of these conditions, and so nobody questioned the king's identity. It did not matter if the king was a child or a woman. All that mattered was that the king protected the nation. The new king was fair and selfless, and always stood on the front line, fighting and defeating the nation's enemies on the battlefield. Many enemies and citizens died, but the king was always just, and she played her role as king better than anyone else. There was no room to suspect otherwise, and any such suspicions would be pointless while the king was right in any case. She knew no defeat on the battlefield. Her army reformed the lost cavalry, and then charged across the battlefield, defeating foreign infantry and smashing through their defenses. Did she always stand on the front lines because her nation was behind her? Before she headed out to battle, she had to cast aside so many citizens. Once she was on the battlefield, she had to cut down all her enemies. As her battles were fought in defense of her nation, it was common to wring villages dry to support the army. In that sense, no knight killed as many as she did. I can't tell if she ever really felt that burden. It's not something I can really know from a dream. But I do know she didn't have a moment's doubt or hesitation on the battlefield. Grief never touched her thoughts when she sat on the throne. A king is not human. Human emotions would make it impossible to protect people. She kept her oath, never wavering. You know, this actually brings up kind of interesting, almost philosophical point of like, especially in the modern day, most people are never going to be put in the position where they like end up being responsible for killing someone, you know? Like, only if you're put in some sort, you know, I guess if you like join the military or police, you know, you're putting yourself in that position, or potentially if, you know, you end up in a life or death sort of self-defense situation, that can occur. But by and large, most people in the modern day don't have to deal with that. But it is sort of interesting, like, a head of state, though. Any head of state, right? I'm not even saying just, like, the bad ones that, you know, insert whichever world leader you dislike here. But even the ones that, like, are considered to be, you know, good. Or, you know, generally, you know, decent people. It kind of comes with the job of being... I'll say it, directly responsible for a lot of death, right? Any sort of order for military, like, intervention somewhere, and, you know, if you're the president and you're signing off on that, you're signing the death warrants on, you know, hundreds, thousands, maybe even up to, like, the millions of people, which is, I do kind of wonder, because, you know, obviously I've never been in that position, but how does one deal with that? Mentally, like, emotionally. To know, like, even if, you know, you believe your choices were justified in what had to be done for the sake of the good of your nation, to still know that you were responsible for snuffing out, you know, tens, hundreds of thousands of lives, potentially. It's an interesting headspace to explore, potentially, I think. Mordred is best girl? But she's not in this novel. Dude, you get my hopes up and then you crush them within like a sentence? Anyways, she kept her oath, never wavering. She addressed the issues facing her nation, and she worked on matters of political concern. She ruled without wavering, and she punished the deserving without error. And after winning so many battles, unifying so many clans, and punishing hundreds of criminals, King Arthur doesn't have a human heart. One of the knights in her entourage murmured this. Everyone must have felt the same way. The more perfectly she carried herself as king, the more everyone questioned their monarch. There's no way someone devoid of human emotion can rule humans. Several reputable knights left the White Castle of Camelot, but the king accepted this as inevitable, and incorporated it into her rule. And so the fair king, once so admired by her knights, began to isolate herself. Such trivialities were of no concern to the king. Even if she was deserted, feared, or betrayed, her heart would remain unchanged. It couldn't be helped. The moment she took that sword, she abandoned her emotions. And then her final battle began. The battle at Badon Hill ended in a complete victory, and that inescapable conclusion led to the savage clans finally offering peace. And so, the nation that had been holding its breath, waiting to be destroyed, knew a moment of peace. The age of warfare, where a nation leaned on a singular hero, came to an end. Britain was finally going to become the nation she'd always dreamed of. The scene starts to fade away. I realize the dream is ending and I'm about to wake up. I can feel myself drifting closer to wakefulness. But before that happens, something really pissed me off. She's stupid. Oh, she's strong and a gifted fighter. But there's a difference between being good at fighting and being cut out for it. The people around her pissed me off too. If she didn't notice it, someone else around her should have told her, or she would go on making the same mistake forever. Seriously, how the hell did you have so many people around her and not one told her the truth? Well, this is an encouraging place to be. Been a while since I've been at my home, despite the fact that the first portion of the game was 80% here. I wake up. We escaped Ilya's forest and returned home yesterday afternoon. Tosaka went back to her room, complaining her stomach hurt, and fair enough, considering what she went through. And my headache wasn't getting any better, so we all decided to just go to sleep. It must have been the extra weight, or it must have been the extra weight I was lugging around. As soon as I got into bed, I couldn't get back up. Saber was the only one who seemed fine, and Tosaka and I left her to guard the house while we slept. And then... So, I slept for half a day. At least my headache's gone. I'm relieved. The whole thing with Berserker... It occurs to me now, our terms for our alliance with Tosaka was the alliance will hold until Berserker is dead, and now Berserker is dead. So... But she's not really in the Grail War at this point, because Archer's dead, so, I don't know where we stand now. The headache I got after copying Saber's sword was unreal. If it had kept up, my head might well have just split down the middle. How many servants are left? Good question. I think we're down to 4. We must be, right? Because... yeah, there was, 7 initially. We killed Ryder. Killed Berserker. Archer fell to Berserker. So as far as we're aware, Lancer, Saber, Caster, and Assassin are still at large. So I guess we're doing pretty well. And honestly, now that we've killed Berserker and Ryder, and we've unlocked this insanely powerful ability. Honestly, I think we've got to be the odds-on favorite to win this war at this point, right? Who could challenge us now? Then I notice... Huh? Saber is sitting on the floor, right next to my head. Saber? Why are you glaring at me like that first thing in the morning? Did something happen while I was asleep? No, I simply had a dream. Oh, me too. They're fun, right? Huh? No, it is nothing. Let us have breakfast. It's time to wake up. Saber gets up and heads silently out of my room. What is that about? I don't know why Saber's acting strange. I'm really not sure, but if she's sitting by my bedside the whole time, was she nursing me back to health? The moment I have that thought, the scene from last night comes back to me. What the hell am I thinking? I shake my head to rid myself of those impure thoughts. That night, my contact with Saber was entirely about my duty as a master. If I don't rationalize it like that, I'll never be able to look at Saber again. Calm thoughts. Calm thoughts. We acted normal when we were coming home yesterday. That's all I need to do. Be normal. No, I was actually just tired yesterday, but I still need to act normal. Besides, Saber wouldn't like me acting like this. Okay, I just need to calm down and make breakfast. I take a deep breath and get changed. It's 9 in the morning. Saber hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday, so she must be hungry. Mine is so late, it's practically not even morning anymore. As hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast. I don't know, it was... And that's not a fact that I, like, specifically knew. But, I mean, to be honest, it doesn't surprise me. That's pretty common in the visual novel space, I think. So... anyways, as hungry as Saber must be, I should probably make a hearty breakfast. Shiro, is it just you and I this morning? Do we not need to wake Rin up? No, everyone's still asleep. Considering what happened yesterday, it's probably best to let them sleep. I'll leave their food out, and they can eat whenever they like. I see, then I would appreciate it if you prepared the meal quickly. It is much later than usual. I know, I feel better now, so let's head to the dojo once we finish eating. I mean, like, is a day of rest not appropriate right about now? Huh, the dojo? Do you intend to continue training with me? Why not? It's our daily routine. What's wrong, Saber? Did I say something weird? I'd probably still take the day off after the Heracles fight, but it's admirable to get back in the saddle, like immediately thereafter, I suppose. Oh no, I just assumed you would no longer be training. Okay, see, now that is something. Now I've got to take the other side of the argument here. Saber, that's ridiculous, okay? I literally just unlocked the power where I can copy, like, your legendary sword and wield it for myself, and you think now is the opportune time to stop sword training with me? Now that I actually have, like, benefit from wielding a sword in battle? Really? With Berserker defeated, I thought there would be no further reason for you to continue training as we had been. Well, there's still 3 other servants we gotta worry about. I see. You know, you may be right. No, she's not. The common enemy we all share in Berserker is gone now. We teamed up to take on an enemy far stronger than us. And that's also why I trained so furiously in such a short period of time. I'd like to keep training. I'm still an untrained mage, and I get to see the real you when you wield a sword. That makes it easier for me to talk to you, too. Well, I say easy, but what I mean is that I kind of enjoy it. So I reveal my true self when I'm in the dojo. You sure do. At least you don't hold back. I prefer it that way. Besides, I think you get to loosen up as well. Anyway, our routine has been us sparring in the mornings, so don't take the few pleasures I have. I take the ground beef and pork, green onions, mushrooms, okay, we got green onions, and we also have normal onions and eggs out of the refrigerator, and head to the kitchen. That could be like a nice little omelette there, perhaps? All I need is panko, sake, and cooking oil. So panko is breadcrumbs, I believe. Sake is alcohol. I think we could all use a drink after that. This is water, for the record. Ah. Well, then I have no objections. Is that a new Saber post? I don't think I've seen that one before. Huh? Saber mumbles quietly to herself in the living room while I work. I can't quite hear what she's saying from the kitchen. Smack smack, pound pound. I mix onions, panko, sake, egg, salt with flour, or with 400 grams of ground beef and pork, and knead it all together. Oh, is this more like a sort of like a breaded sort of beef and pork deal? I don't know what he's making. I decided to be bold today, so I'm making stewed Japanese-style hamburger steak for breakfast. Sounds neat. Rin, are you awake? Saber's voice drifts out from the living room. Dosaka? I glance back over my shoulder as I cook. Right, I forget she's not a morning person. Morning. Hey, I'm going to pour myself a cup of milk, Shiro. Dosaka comes in looking grumpy and grabs a carton of milk from the fridge. Slept too much. My head hurts. Hey, what's this? You're really going all out this morning, aren't you? Where'd that grumpy face she'd been making a second ago go? Her eyes are practically sparkling now. Did you actually get to see Archer fighting Berserker in this, or did they cut away for the whole fight? As I recall, I believe, yeah, we were fleeing, cut to there. And then we got to see Ilya reacting to sort of the aftermath of the fight, but we didn't really see the fight itself, no. Is that so? Well, she's the one who gets to enjoy herself here, not me. Reminds me of what my old man used to say. Someone gains, someone else loses. I've felt this before, but you got a keen eye. Huh, I'm just a discerning sort. Looking forward to this breakfast you're making, though. Oh, do they show the fight itself in the anime, I wonder? Sounds like you've seen the anime better, I believe. She waves as she heads back to the living room. With a glass of milk in one hand, Tosaka plops down at the table. Seriously. I don't know where she gets off acting like king of the castle here in my house. You're certainly lazy today, Rin. Can't we all just take a rest day? Like, come on. We don't need you whipping us into shape like a drill sergeant today, Saber. Yeah, way to go, Saber. She's saying everything I wish I could. However, Tosaka dismisses Saber's criticism nonchalantly by just agreeing with her. Of course I'm lazy now. It's Berserker gone now, we just have to deal with Caster, Lancer, and Assassin. They're nothing compared to Berserker. Should be a cakewalk for Saber. Okay, though I do wonder, though. We've killed 2 servants, including what was, by consensus, the most powerful servant in the whole game, in the whole war. That's... And as I said before, that, I think, clearly puts us as the odds-on favorite to win this whole thing. I do wonder, though, if word gets around about that, might the others see us as a threat and team up against us? Because that would be bad, I think. That would not be great. You do not know that defeating Lancet Assassin may not be as straightforward as you think. And we have yet to meet Caster. Don't be so humble. No ordinary heroic spirit is any match for King Arthur. When did we tell Rin about that, or is it just obvious now? You've solved your magical energy problem? So there's no servant who can best you now. Yeah, so they did show it in the anime. Interesting. I don't begrudge them for not showing it here, because they do seem to stick to pretty strict, like, point of view rules for the most. Well, I guess they did show Ilya's. Never mind then. Anyway, Saber narrows her eyes at Tosaka. I have the same reaction. We shouldn't let what Tosaka said there just go by. Tosaka, do you know who Saber is? I had a hunch, but yes, I confirmed my suspicions. Only one hero can wield a sacred sword like that. I mean, I was a little surprised to learn that the legendary King Arthur was a girl, but I can't really argue against that when she's sitting right in front of me. Besides, legends are rewritten all the time, right? I don't know if Saber was the one who hid it, or if the people around her did, but I guess there was a problem with having a girl being King Arthur, being king in medieval times. So I don't blame them for saying she was a man. More in common, certainly not unprecedented, though, right? I mean, there's plenty of queens in the medieval era. Though it is true that often that gives them a bit of a upwards or an uphill battle with regards to legitimacy being seen as a credible threat and whatnot. Tosaka's tone remains the same. Saber at least doesn't seem to mind. If anything, she seems to agree with Tosaka. She certainly doesn't seem about to argue. She's basically acknowledged the fact. A hero with a connection to the sword is selected to be the Saber servant. Based on that alone, she would absolutely make for the best Saber. The heroic symbol of Britain. The wielder of a sacred sword so famous she's even known in this faraway land. Oh, hold on. I just want to double check something real quick. So servant, Lancer is... I wish I knew who Chulang is. I think he's Irish though, right? Yeah, great hero of Ireland. That'll be a fun matchup. Have the Brits speed up on the Irish a bit. As if that hasn't happened enough times in history already. Yes, but then, what of it? The legend of King Arthur ends with the king's death. Even heroes are still human. Their stories usually end in death, but no hero dies a proper death. King Arthur was no exception. If I remember correctly, King Arthur died in battle. At the Great Battle of Comlan. After unifying Britain and supposedly having no more foreign enemies to defeat, King Arthur was drawn into conflict with an unsuspected enemy in the end. It was the treachery of her own army, the knights she vowed to protect and fought alongside for so long, that led to King Arthur's death. King Arthur defeated the army's leader, but took a fatal wound in the battle, and so entrusted her only surviving knight, Bedivere, with the task of returning the sacred sword to where it belonged. Travel across this bloody battlefield and over the hill. You'll find a deep lake. Throw this sword into that lake. But Bedivere did not fulfill that final duty. Fearing the implications of losing the sword, Bedivere falsely reported not once but twice that he had thrown it into the lake. Each time King Arthur once more ordered Bedivere to throw the sword away. Finally, on his third attempt, Bedivere was able to fulfill his king's wishes. It is said that King Arthur died after making certain the sword had been returned. So, Shiro, what do you plan to do now? Tosaka suddenly turns to glare at me. What do you mean, plan to do? Check out that dangerous girl sleeping in the Japanese-style room right now? Did we bring Ilya with us? Is that what she's... Why would we do that? Like, I know she doesn't have Berserk anymore, but also, she's a powerful mage that might, you know, have an axe to grind with us, potentially. I told you to leave her alone, but you insisted on carrying her here. I also have something to say on the subject. Though she has lost Berserker, Elyasville remains a dangerous master. I question your decision to shelter her. Especially considering the fact that she, you know, owns a mansion. Like a literal castle. A palace. So, like, it's not as if she was desperate for shelter, Shiro. Yep, you should just leave her with Kirei. Yeah, I guess that's the other option, too. The two glare at me as one. That's right. The moment Berserker disappeared, Ilya fainted. She showed no sign of waking up, and I couldn't just leave her, so I brought her back home. What's that? The fourth girl we've invited to stay with us at some point? Well, I guess technically we never invited Sakura to stay with us. She just basically lived here during the mornings and evenings. Until we kicked her out due to, you know, the war and whatnot. Of course, Tosaka and Saber objected, so I carried her myself. A master who loses their servant either flees before another master kills them, or is protected by the church. Tosaka says we should let Kotomine take care of her, but I don't think that priest would take very good care of Ilya, so I'm having her stay in one of our spare rooms. Oh, come on, Shiro. You don't need to be that worried about the priest taking care of Ilya. This is a full, like, you know, where this takes place is a full, like, what, 5-10 years before the that one scandal of the Catholic Church broke out? Sorry, that joke may have been in bad taste. I'm sure Kotomine is a great, upstanding guy. Shiro, your actions here are commendable, but it is dangerous to get involved with Elyasville. It is not too late. We may either send her to the church or seize her command spells. Saber's serious. Change your mind won't be easy. Do you have a problem? I mean, I couldn't just leave her alone. You know, he's just a kid, and she wasn't herself. I'd feel bad leaving her with Kotomine. You'd feel bad? Or, no, hold on. You'd feel bad? How can you say that with a straight face after everything she did to us? I agree. You have too much empathy for Elyasville. She tried to kill you many times. See, this is true, but... you know... I got nothing. Okay, now Saber's giving me the death glare, along with Tosaka. Although Saber's is more impactful, I think. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I see it less often, so it retains more force and power. Or maybe it's just like the Like, that look. It's not just like, I'm upset with you, it's like, I'm disappointed in you, deeply. The two are more united than ever. But I need to stand my ground. Ilya was our enemy, but she never had any malice for us. Aside from all the times she tried to kill us. As long as she has a good influence, she won't do any more harm. And I said this at the start. I'm not fighting to kill masters, I'm fighting to end the battle. I know that, but... Saber's tone softens, though she's clearly not convinced. But... Oh yeah? So you're going to forgive Isabel for everything she's done? Let me tell you something. She's attacked other masters, and you don't know how many masters she might have killed. You're going to save her even so? Well, I mean, if she killed other masters, then quite frankly, that actually makes our job easier. Well, yeah? Ilya admitted she killed Shinji after I let him go. Oh, right, yeah, forgot about that. Yeah, he was a jerk anyway. I wonder how his sister's doing, though. Shinji used Ryder to try to kill everyone at school. If that's what he did as a master, I suppose his death was inevitable. But Shinji was a friend of mine for years. For some reason. And thinking of Sakura, I can't just write off what Ilya did. I mean, quite frankly, I mean, and granted, I'm a certified Shinji hater, I admit it. Sorry, guilty as charged, but, and look, I get it, he's our brother, and like, whenever, you know, lost in the family, it's not great. But he was actually literally abusive towards her, so, I mean, quite frankly, I think this is probably a quality of life improvement for Sakura, so, honestly, we should probably be thanking Ilya for that, if anything. Sorry if that comes across... It's not that well, I was gonna say, sorry if that comes across as a bit cold, but it's not... I'm not cold. I just care about Sakura's well-being. More than Shinji did, by a wide margin. But that means there's no chance at closure. Even if Ilya is no longer master, as long as she can reflect and feel remorse, I think we should save her. Okay, you might be right. But I, for one, won't ever forgive her for what she did to Archer. She killed my Archer. I guess there's that too. Yeah. But I guarantee you that you do not hate him enough? I find that unlikely. He's like my least favorite character in the whole game. He's a certified jerk. He tried to kill a whole school. He's abusive to his sister. He's just generally an unpleasant person. He's mean to Chisaka. Like, I can't think of a single good thing he did, honestly. We're at an impasse here. We all freeze, staring at each other. But then... Oh, come on. All servants disappear in the end anyway. If you're so worried about that, you fail as Master Rin. Okay. Alright, so... Ilya. So here's the deal. Ilya. I'm trying to get them on your side here. Coming out and being this harsh and cold to the people I'm trying to convince you're a decent person is not the best way to go about this. Okay, Ilya? Alright. Glad we got that. Yes. Sorted. The very girl under discussion appears. Wait till the third draft. Hold it, I have no business with you two. I don't have any intention of fighting. So don't get so angry at me. Honestly, I'm embarrassed for you two. Just as fellow ladies. You're older than me, but you're sorely lacking in manners. Ilya shrugs, looking disgusted. did you say? And them's fighting words. And she is talking to, and Tasaka's a, relatively high-class individual. And Saber is literal royalty, so like, I'm curious to see Ilya's case here. Saber and Tasaka are once again in sync. A whole new kind of intensity comes over them. Well, I'm not going to get into that with you. I don't have time to deal with the two of you right now. Ilya turns from them to face me. Ilya? I'd like to thank you, Master of Saber, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being so concerned about me, even though I was your enemy. I said Ilya in disbelief. So sudden is this that even Saber goes quiet. Tasaka just keeps drinking her milk, giving Ilya the stink eye. And then, Ilya smiles that familiar smile of hers. Just kidding. If you sure are my brother. She launches herself right at me and hugs me around the neck. Ugh. What's going on? Tasaka spits out her milk. What the? I can almost hear the vein popping in Saber's forehead. Unhead of you, insolent fool! Saber rushes toward me. Ilya twists around, swinging to my back. Who's being uncivil here? A servant like you has no right to command me. I have neither obligation nor intent to obey you. If you will speak so brazenly, then you will remove yourself from Shio's presence this instant. I'm not listening to you. Hey, Shiro, let's do the same thing we did last night. You gave me a piggyback ride, right? When did I do that? Oh, right. Bringing her to the house. Okay, that's what she's referring to. I was thinking back to when I was captured, which wasn't even last night, so... yeah. Ilya spins around me. Oh, she's agile if she can avoid Saber. Saber hurries after her, trying to catch her. This is bad. What specifically is bad? Well, it's just bad. The two can't stop glaring at each other. It must be because Tasaka's just watching from afar, but... she just wipes the milk off her mouth as if nothing is happening and says... Look, I don't care what you do, but if you keep that up, you're going to kill him. Huh? The two peer curiously at me. It's pretty clear. My neck's getting wrenched around. Oh, right! She's still hanging on to it. Oh, jeez. My neck's getting wrenched around. I now face the greatest danger of my life. Okay. Let's review the current situation. The hamburg steak I've been working so hard on is packed away in the freezer. First, there's Tasaka. She's being relatively quiet. She seems to be keeping a straight face, and looks like she's just going to watch things play out, but who can say what she might be thinking to herself? What is it, Shiro? Ilya, I was having my internal monologue, alright? Do not interrupt me when I'm having my internal monologue. That is rule number 1 of this household. Ilya's sitting next to me, and for some reason, she looks like she's in a good mood. She's looking curiously around the living room, but it doesn't look like Saber or Tasaka are much concerned to her. Whatever either of them might say is likely to go in one ear and out the other. And then there's the one I'm most concerned about. Saber. She's glaring anxiously at both me and Ilya. She's not usually so fidgety and restless. It feels like I'm resting on a bed of nails. So I can't leave things like this. Actually, here being on a bed of nails isn't actually that bad because, well, there's so many nails that your weight is like dispersed over like a bunch of them, so they don't actually like pierce you that badly. You think Shiro stares off into space for minutes at a time while having his internal monologue? No. Though, have you seen the like YouTube videos that people do where they like edit? I think they most commonly do it with like Death Note, but I'm sure they probably do it with other animes too. Where they like edit all the internal monologue out of the scene and just have it so they're just sitting there silently for like minutes. Though I will say that one of the more common scenes I see done with, because it's funny, but one of the more common scenes I see done with that on Death Note is the scene in like the diner or whatever restaurant where L is asking Light to like analyze the messages, and that is actually one of the few scenes where it's like, no, it actually makes a whole lot of sense he'd be silent for several minutes while he's like looking this over. Like, of all the scenes to use as the example, like the prime example, that one is the one where it actually makes kind of the most sense in the universe, honestly. Because, I mean, he's examining the things. He's got to, think about that for a moment. Anyways, I don't know what is going to come of this, but I have to do something about the situation. Let's settle this. If we keep this up, it'll drag out until lunch. At least. Maybe even to dinner. Can we really sit by and tolerate as not just breakfast, not just lunch, maybe also dinner, 3 of our whole meals in our life, in our short lives, are ruined by this animosity flowing through the household? I say no. You're right, we've already come to a conclusion, so we should get rid of the problem as soon as possible. Isn't that right, Saber? Oh, hold on, that's not what I was going to suggest. That is correct, Rin. And I are in agreement, so we just need to convince Shiro. Well, hold on a moment, hold on. Right, we could do this democratically, right? So Rin votes to kick Ilya out, Saber votes to kick Ilya out, I, however, don't vote to kick Ilya out, which you would think means we're outvoted and we're kicking Ilya out. But, because Ilya is currently a member of the household, Ilya gets a vote too. And I'm assuming she doesn't want to get kicked out. So, I mean, that just puts us at a tie there, and if there's a tie, we can't take such a drastic step as kicking a member of the household out, certainly. Saber is really digging her heels in. But also, my house, my rules, so, like, deal with it. Huh? Hey, Shiro. What do Rin and Saber want to talk about? Or take out. Oh, they want to talk about what we should do with you. You lost your servant, so we want to know what you plan to do from now on. There's only 2 obvious options. Either take her to the church for shelter, or send her back to her castle in the forest. Her staying here is out of the question. Do you feel the same way, Shiro? Leah looks at me, her face emotionless. I mean, did she try to kill us several times over? Yes. Did she try to, take away my autonomy and have me be like her personal servant for the rest of my days? Also, yes. Did she successfully kill Rin's servant, effectively knocking her out of the Grow War? Also, yes. But, if she's friendly now, isn't it a good thing to have another mage in the house to protect things, right? Right? Maybe? And what motive would she have to not? To turn on us at this point? She can't win the Grail War anymore. Oh, it's a decision. I don't know. This is a tough one, like, to be honest. Because Ilya's character is so weird. I don't really feel like I've got that strong of a grip on, like, her. Like, she seems, like, really nice some of the time. Until she gets, like, serious and tries to literally kill you. But she's not in the war anymore. It's like, we could shelter her in theory. I'm kind of curious to see just where that goes. Ilya's, like, a fun character, so having her around more often would be fun, at least. But, I mean, like, it's certainly introducing a new variable to the situation that could backfire. I don't know, I mean, it all comes down to your reading of Ilya as a character, right? Because she could be a decent asset to the team if she's actually on the team. But if she's not on this team, then we're signing our own death warrant here. She seemed a lot more friendly since Berserker died. And again, I don't know what her motive would be. And she does seem to have a certain sort of twisted fondness for me as well. Wait. I don't like. I think we'll roll the dice on this one, I guess. Let's go. Let's roll with it. It'll be fun at least. She might bring us down, but it'll be a fun ride. Kuretsu always told me to protect girls. I don't like seeing kids suffer. Well, I think Ilya should stay here. The Holy Grail War isn't over. I'm to shelter Ilya until the last of the masters are taken care of. Yeah, if Shira says so, I'll stay here. Hey, Ilya, you're choking me. I can't breathe. I intend to pry Ilya off from me, but before I get a chance, Saber steps over and does it for me. What's with you? You've been getting in my way this whole time. You have some sort of problem with me? Of course I do. I will never forget what you did to Shiro. And you, Shiro, do you still not understand that nothing good will come of sheltering Ilysville? What about it? Ilya doesn't have a servant anymore, so she's not dangerous. She's no longer a master. Besides, how would you feel if she got attacked after we abandoned her? Ilya's life would be in danger, and the other masters might gain power from her. Yes, that might be true, but... Saber hesitates. Now, to what she says, Saber understands that another master might attack Ilya if we leave her alone. Then it's my turn to argue. I'm sorry to jump in after you've convinced Saber, but I don't agree. Look, Shiro, she's still master. She may have lost her servant, but I also told you that as long as she has command spells, she is still a master. Good one there, baby. Good one. She says that. Tosaka just butts in while she sips her tea. Hey, what's that supposed to mean, Tosaka? I'm saying that as long as she has her command spells, she can form a contract with as many servants as she wants. They're stray servants who don't have masters, and as long as a master has the capacity to take in that stray servant, they can form contracts with as many as they want. What the heck? Right, I think we went over this before. Like, in theory, if you kill the master and the servant survives, the servant can find a new master, I believe. So if there's a capable master around, they can form contracts with as many servants as they want. Not exactly as many as they want. The Holy Grail War can only call upon 7 hero experience, so 7 would be the maximum. Although no matter how capable a mage is, they couldn't have enough magical energy to power multiple servants. Even if they did, they would have to divide their own magical energy in half to supply the 2 servants. That would weaken the servants, which would make forming multiple contracts difficult and pointless. I see. So if I formed a contract with Saber and Berserker, they would have to split my magical energy between them to maintain their existence, which would drastically weaken both of them. And that means it would make more sense to keep 1 servant and supply them with magical energy. Now that you mentioned, didn't you say servants could change masters? Is this what you meant? Oh, look at you, catching on for a change. And you're right, Shiro. That's how servants changing masters goes. A servant who's lost their master has some time before disappearing, so if in that time they can find a master who's seeking a servant and form a contract, they'll be fine. Yeah, it occurs to me, Rin still really wants to win this. And she is still a master, but lacks a servant. And I have a servant. We'll need to keep an eye on her going forward. Because, like, I'm not saying she is going to kill me in my sleep or something to steal Saber from me. But I'm not saying she's not going to be preying on my downfall. Yeah, so that's why you can't let your guard down with Rin, Shiro. She's still a master too. She might kill you and seize Saber. Or she might form a new contract with another surviving servant. See, Iliasville is speaking facts right now. This is why we take Ilia in. Yep, and I could say the exact same thing about you, Ilia. That's never going to happen. I don't intend on teaming up with another servant. My servant is and will only ever be Berserker. I don't know what kind of relationship Ilia and Berserker had, but I do know that servant was special to her. That is a surprise, but at the same time it makes me happy. I'm happy to know that despite the fact that as master Ilia was relentless, she still cherished her partner. Oh, but if Shiro loses, I'll take Saber. Okay, so apparently Ilia might be preying on my downfall. How's that anyone other than Shiro win? But if Shiro loses, I'll win on his behalf. Well, that's kind of you, Ilia, I guess. In your standard sort of weird, twisted Ilia logical way. Ilia says that proudly, just as she was starting to impress Saber and Tosaka. That is ridiculous. I'm Shiro's servant. I have no intention of becoming your servant. Huh? Well, I don't care anyway. I just want Shiro to win. Whether I win or Saber protects Shiro, it's all the same to me. Wait, hold on. I just want Shiro to win. Okay, logical sentence so far. Whether I win, I, in this instance referring to Ilia, or Saber protects Shiro, it's all the same to me. Look. But if you win, then I don't win. Like, in your mind, those may be equivalent things. They're not the same thing to me. They... Huh? What a weird thing to say. Actually, if she wants me to win, why would she think like that anyway? See, this is what I'm saying. And then, Tosaka must have found it strange too. She starts to think. I certainly mind. I will not approve no matter what. And please warn show yourself. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Tell him what, Saber. About how we are against sheltering Iliasville here. What? The retcon is that Ilia is actually 18? Okay, so is she 18 or is she 18? Because I've seen I've seen like some of these sorts of games where it's like they'll have like a thing on like a little almost like disclaimer or something. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, we know this whole game takes place entirely in like a high school setting with entirely characters attending high school who are specifically called out as being specifically like, you know, second years or third years or whatever in high school. But just so you're aware, they're all over 18. Every last one of them. So nothing weird going on here. So is it that? Yeah, these sorts of things can be so funny. Anyways, about how we are sheltering Yusui here. Yes, yes. Prequel. Makes sense. Oh, that, I guess sheltering her here wouldn't be a terrible idea. Huh? Saber freezes. Okay, so we convinced Saber, but then Rin was unconvinced. But then Saber became unconvinced, and now Rin is convinced, and Saber's... Can we just get everyone on the same page here, please? I had advocated for this, and even I'm surprised that I don't blame the opposing Saber for being frozen in shock. Wait, have you lost your mind? No, if I think about this rationally, I see the risks are all the same. It doesn't matter whether we leave Ilia alone, give her shelter here, or send her off to the church. It may even work out in our favor if masters come here looking for Ilia. With Saber as she is now, she would be hard even for multiple servants to defeat if they attack together. That'd be the fastest way to end this Holy Grail war, and that's what you want too, isn't it, Saber? But if you think you'd lose to those servants, that's another story. Okay. Of course not, you understand my condition perfectly. As long as Shiro is my master, I cannot be defeated. Okay. I appreciate the confidence. Let's not overdo it, though, alright? Gotta have a healthy humility. A recognition of your own fallibility, so that you don't be taken unawares. Like Heracles. Right, then that sheltered Ilia isn't a problem. I'm kind of suspicious. Why did Rin suddenly change her mind? Like, you were really against this, and now you're for it, and... Like, I'm glad you're agreeing with me, but on the other side, like, why? What's going on here? Yeah, something else. Shiro's decision might have actually been a really smart move. Oh, now she's just flattering me. Tasaka goes quiet. She must have convinced Saber, who reluctantly takes a step back from Ilia. We finish breakfast and move to the dojo. Tosaka goes back to her own room while Saber follows me. As for Ilia... Hey, are you really going to do some sword training? She follows me to the dojo like we're joined at the hip. I was looking forward to hanging out with you today, Shiro. But Saber's in the way. It's boring here. And I'm cold. Well, look, Ilia. I'm sorry, but heating costs money. So unless you want to pitch into the electric bill, you're just going to have to deal with a bit of cold. Well, I'm not surprised Ilia thinks this is boring. Watching someone train isn't what I'd call exciting. Let's go back to the living room. If you want to get stronger, I'll help you. How? Ilia takes one of my hands and both of hers and tries to tug me away from the dojo. But at least in this, I can't indulge Ilia. No, I can't, Ilya. I train every day, so I can't miss today. I'm not a proper mage, so I need to work hard to be ready to fight. Besides, if I train, I can protect you too, Ilya. I decided to shelter you here, so I should train to help me do just that. Yeah, okay, you may be right. I really don't need you protecting me. You're my brother, so I just need you to be with me. It seems I failed to convince her. Ilya tugs more aggressively at my hand. Saber watches silently all the while. Her eyes burn into the pair of us. She must still not approve of Ilya being here, and is being more than a little cold toward her. And then our eyes meet. Good timing to ask for Saber's opinion. I said I can't. Tell her, Saber. Tell her I train with you every day. There's nothing for me to say. You're the one who has brought you this Villia. Oh, and so what? So now she's my problem to deal with? Persuading her is your duty, not mine. Saber, if you don't help me out with Ilya so we can get to our training, I might use a command spell to make you do it. And you certainly wouldn't... Well, actually, hold on. That'd be my... Oh, no. That I can't use my command spell, because that's my last command spell. Because if I use my last command spell, that's bad. It's like I effectively have 0, because you can't use the last one. Because then you're not a master anymore, right? I can't even hold that over Saber's head. Because it's an it's such an easy bluff to call. It's like when you're driving down on like a road trip to like bring your family to Disney World or something. Your kids are being rowdy in the back, and you say, you've gotten all the way down to like a city in Florida, Jacksonville, we'll say. I don't know if that's on the way. I guess it's probably on the way to Orlando from somewhere. And the kids are being rowdy, and you say, no, kids, you keep that up, and we're turning this thing around. We're canceling vacation. I don't care that I spent already probably literally thousands of dollars on, tickets, lodging, maybe reservations at various eating establishments. We are turning this ship around. And then the kids are like, well, if the kids are smart, then they say, oh, yeah, sure you will, Dad. Sure. Yeah, you're going to waste all that. We know that turning around would be more of a pain for you than it is for us, so you're not going to actually make good on that threat. Granted. And actually, I guess that's why I use it on younger kids, mostly. Because, use that on, like, your 16-year-old, and they're just going to be like, yeah, no, Dad. Come on. You're way more invested in this family vacation than I am. Yes, go ahead, turn this truck around. I'll just, enjoy passing the week away with my TikToks and video games. That's all good to me. Anyways, I don't know why, but I guess she's really ticked now. You know your place well, Saber. You don't need to train. The ones left are all weak, so you don't need to bother with us. Come on, Shira, let Saber take care of the other masters, and we can just go play outside. Oh, hey, slow down. Wait a minute, hold on, I just realized something. So hold on, man. You said that technically, like according to like canon, Ilya is 18? Doesn't that make her older than me? Because aren't I like... I think I'm like a second year in high school in this game, right? Or something like that? That's not right. That just... Anyways, oh, hey, slow down. I lose my balance and feel myself being tugged toward the dojo's exits. Hey, no, let go, Ilya! I'm not going to indulge you this time. I'm not skipping my sword training. I'm going to stick to it. Sure, you might think it's boring, but I enjoy it. If you're going to complain, then go wait in the living room. I shake her off violently. Oh, sure, there you go. Now you're hurting the girl, emotionally at least. She obviously didn't expect me to fling her away like that. Okay, I full-on flung her. Ilya backs off surprised, then looks at me nervously. Crap. Well, now I'm morally obligated to make it up to her. I should have been nicer about it. Sorry, Ilya, I was too rough with you. But I'm going to give up my sword training. I'm sorry to leave you alone. Or I'm not going to give up my sword training. Sorry. For the next is there. I'm sorry to leave you alone, but please stay in the living room. Ilya sulks away toward the entrance, but stops by the wall. Fine, I'll watch here. You wouldn't mind that, right? Ilya suddenly roars in defiance. She glares our way, pitching a small tantrum. Well, I don't mind. It's cold in the dojo and there's tea and snacks in the living room for you. I made up my mind, so it's fine. Huh. I'm not going to leave Shiro and Saber alone here. Ilya huffs and turns her nose up. Oh well. You're more than welcome to go back to the living room if you get bored. At least things have settled down. I take the two Shinai leaning against the wall and turn to face Saber. And let's begin. It's been 3 days, so I might be a little rusty. Hey, you okay, Saber? You look a little dazed. Do you have a fever? Oh, it's nothing like that. Saber turns away from Ilya, furiously shaking her head. So, are you alright? Let's begin. Here's your Shinai. Please simply throw it to me. You mustn't approach me so haphazardly. We are only here to train. Throw it? It's a sword. I mean, I know it's a training sword, but it's a sword. I'm not throwing a weapon at you. That's what I've been saying. What else would we be doing, Saber? A little confused, I tossed the Shinai to her. Besides, I've never once landed a strike on Saber. I've never even gotten close to being within striking range of her, so Saber telling me to not come close seems odd. Saber takes the Shinai, I toss her, a bit awkwardly, then lets out an audible sigh. Then let's begin. Things may not be the same as before, but please try to maintain your composure, Shiro. Saber glances at Ilya as she speaks. I'll be fine. Once we've started, nothing will bother me. I grip my Shinai and focus on Saber. She stands in front of me, Shinai in hand. Yep, I mean, I'm probably still not going to, but if I actually did land a hit on Saber, I mean, that'd be a nice little achievement. But also, like, I could see Shiro just be freaking out, like, oh no, I actually hit you. I'm so sorry. You're not hurt, are you? I shouldn't have done that. My apologies. Like, I can already see it in my mind's eye now. Anyways, now my attention is fixed only on her. We spend 2 hours training, then go on break as usual. This just reminds me of how amazing you are, Saber. I nod approvingly and gulp some water from the kettle I brought along. I quench my thirst and wipe the sweat from my neck with a towel, which helps me to finally relax. So that was your training? It seems like it was just Shiro getting beat up. Well, I mean, it may look like that. I think hazing is the proper term for it. Ilya is so blunt about things those people would find awkward. Well, that's not true. It may have looked like I'm just getting beat up, but it was actually worse before. That's right. You think I was wimpy there? I used to be way wimpier. This is me in my prime. Imagine me back when I was, a useless novice at this. In fact, I didn't pass out even once. So I'd say I did pretty well today. That's right, Ilya. I normally pass out. What do you think of that? Oh, really? Does that have anything to do with your skills, Shiro? From where I was sitting, it looked like Saber ignored plenty of opportunities to attack you. Saber? His expression turns thoughtful. She's sharp. I found it odd too, actually. Either Saber's holding back out of concern for me, or she isn't in top form. Whatever the case, Saber didn't go all out. Well, she may not always fight seriously while we're training, but she's always been merciless about exploiting openings before. Today, she lacks drive, though. Normally, she just rushes in and attacks hard enough to knock me out. Which, I mean, as a side note, I get it. Like, you want to train hard, to win hard, or whatever. Train how you're planning to perform. But isn't a training regimen where I'm regularly getting knocked out, isn't that like that doesn't seem good for one's health. Like, I mean, that's got to be a major concussion risk, right? If you're just getting knocked out on the regular. Anyways, normally she just rushes in and attacks me hard enough to knock me out, but there was none of that today. You think so too, Ilya? Maybe Saber's given up on me. I didn't see it that way. But whenever Saber readjusted her grip on the Shinai to execute a follow-up blow, she just stopped and stepped back. Not sure why she did that. It wasn't like she was unwilling to attack, but more like she was scared or trying to hold back. Huh? Saber would never hold back. If she had the compassion for that, she wouldn't have beat me so bad that first day. Yeah, Saber isn't the sort to hold back in training. That's why I was able to focus so completely on her weapon. What's gotten into Saber? This isn't training at all. It seems unbelievable, but did she go easy on me? No, I did not go easy on you. I was simply imagining myself facing off against a swordsman, somewhat more skilled than Shiro as usual. I see. So, I guess what she's saying is, I guess you can think of it this way, right? We're fighting, boom, 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 whatever. Maybe I overcommit, create an opening. And were she to just swipe in and take advantage, she'd get me for sure. But against an actually skilled opponent, the opening is actually illusory, and perhaps I could like parry it aside and strike back or something. So she's giving me more credit than I deserve. There's some logic to that, right? Because I've got some experience in combat sports, and it's certainly very much true. I mean, obviously, skill levels can vary a lot, and there are openings that I would feel perfectly comfortable taking against one opponent, or if the exact same opening appeared against someone else, I'm like, nah, they're just gonna sweep that kick or whatever out of the way and, or punch or whatever the case may be, and potentially push me back, take the advantage for themselves. So this is potentially legitimate. It could be just sort of a nice little lie she's telling us, but although I will say though, that seems unlikely, because if I remember correctly, if I'm checking here, we've got lawful good alignment. She wouldn't lie. She wouldn't lie to me. Something's not right. Saber has to see it too. Yeah, I can't imagine you ever taking it easy on me. And I know you were being serious, but I think you're holding back. If you don't come right at me, this is pointless. Right at you, but that would mean I'd be getting too close to Master. Depending on what happens, our bodies might come into contact. It's... Saber. It's a combat sport. It's by nature a sort of contact activity. You can't be weird about it. Alright? Like... Huh? Well, we're sparring, so I guess we might bump shoulders or something. Besides, you used to slam your whole body into mine to knock me down because you said I wasn't defending myself well enough. And close combat is your specialty, Saber! And besides, I mean, like, we're doing, like, sparring with swords! Like, that's not even a super, like, high, like, body-to-body contact sort of combat! Right? I mean, we could be doing, like, wrestling or jiu-jitsu instead, and in which case, you know, maybe being a little awkward, maybe it's a bit more justified, but I mean, come on, it's sword fighting! Did I do that sort of thing? That's kind of a weird question, but yeah, frequently. Remember, you just slammed me into the wall when we first sparred? I said you were pretty strong for a girl, and you said it was natural for a swordsman? Saber stands there dumbfounded. What's going on? Saber's acting really weird today. I hate to learn she isn't feeling well. I should talk to Josaka later. I mean, can servants even get, like, communicable illnesses? I don't think so. And I think we fixed the whole energy issue, so I mean, what could it be? We get back to our training, but it's still different than before. But after just a few strikes, Saber sets down her shinai. Is this a new kind of training? Oh, I see. She's so, confident in her own ability, she wants to go, hand or barehanded combat against the sword. And she'd still win. She might strike me straight in the head the moment I drop my guard and get close. I breathe hard, watching Saber cautiously. Saber narrows her eyes, showing that she is serious now, and steps forward. Sure, let us have lunch. That's not like her. Huh? I lower my shinai. Lunch? Is it that time already? It's funnier to think that Ilya knows what's going on. Oh, Ilya for sure knows what's going on. Did you see those expressions she was making? Like, she is way more in tune with the situation than Shiro is. That's for certain. According to the clock, it's a bit before noon. It's lunchtime for sure, but this is the first time Saber's been the one to step up and suggest it. Neither Saber nor I paid much attention to the time when we trained before. We'd take a break, then notice we were hungry, then we'd check the clock and see it was about lunchtime. It's a good idea. I could go along with it easily enough. Okay, lunch? But why is she on the dot today? Or no can do, we'll be fasting today. No, we're not fasting the day after we had that, fight against Heracles. So it's not that. I think probably the choice here is you gotta push the issue a bit. Yeah, I think so. Why is she on the dot today? Because we need to get... Shiro's being a bit oblivious right now. We'll use our choices to help get him a bit less oblivious. Yeah, Ilya's here too, so let's have lunch early today. I agreed to Saber's suggestion and lower my shinai. And then... Saber's shoulders sag in relief. What's really going on? She's acting so weird. Maybe we should at least ask why? What a relief. Then let us all head to the living room. Shiro's cooking is delicious, but it takes a while to prepare. Huh? Do you think the time I spent working on lunch is wasted time? And we could be using that time for sparring. Have we considered just ordering something to deliver to the house? My dad was rich. We got the money for it. What are we doing cooking home-cooked meals? We are so busy. We could be saving that time. Time is money, and a penny saved is a penny earned, so time saved is time earned. It's like the fountain of youth. Anyways, I guess I should have made bento for lunch every day. That would have been much easier and less time consuming. I don't have to be in the kitchen every time either. I put all that work into lunch as a way of thanking her, but if Saber doesn't like me spending so much time on that, then so be it. Shiro, what are you doing? Let us head to the living room. What? Oh, yeah, lunch. Right. I lean my shinai against the wall and set 3 cushions on the floor. Yes, lunch. We'll be taking a break afterwards, but we will have a problem if you don't head to the kitchen right away. Why? We don't need to go back to the living room, and we don't need to rush. What would be the problem? Oh no, she went monochrome. That can't be good. Saber stops so suddenly, I can practically hear gears grinding. How come today of all days you're so insistent about stopping on time? What's got you in such a hurry? No, it's not that I'm in a rush, but... So we can enjoy a nice leisurely lunch, since we have time. Well, that may be true, but... Anyway, we must move to the living room. If we do not eat lunch, it will affect our afternoon training. And I said I already prepared it. If you've got the time, then you can go to the living room and bring back the bento I made this morning. Huh? Bento? I nod as I open the windows to let in the cool air. In February? When Ilya was already complaining about how cold it was? I mean, I guess you do you, man, but why? And then, our stomachs growl, signaling that we are both hungry. Alright, well, let's let our stomachs growling be our meal alarm. No wonder it seemed weird. I turn to Saber. What's wrong, Saber? Did opening the window make it too cold? We should at least ventilate the room since we're eating here, though. No, it's nothing. Did you say lunch is in the living room? No, that's explicitly what I did not say. Saber dashes out of the dojo. What was that all about? Saber's half-hearted hits, the way she acted now? Maybe she does have a fever. It's noon and we eat lunch. I made a hearty breakfast, so lunch is boxed leftovers. I see you have taken the dishes from this morning and put them between slices of bread. Yeah, we call that a sandwich in this day and age. It's a fine enough meal. Saber nods her approval as she eats her sandwich. The way she uses a paper napkin to keep her hands from getting dirty. There's such grace, even the way she eats a bento. Though I will say, I thought the whole point of a sandwich in the first place was that the bread already acts as, so you can like easily grab and avoid getting your hands dirty. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I realized this during breakfast. You're a good cook, Shiro. It's nice that the food is so good. On the other end of the spectrum, Ilya eagerly crams her sandwich into her mouth. I can't tell if she's just playing around or copying me. Ilya seems to have better manners than Saber, except at the table. Hold it, Isabel. If you eat like that, your hair will get dirty. Ah, that's a cute little scene. They must have had butter smeared on the corner of her mouth. Or something. Saber leans in reluctantly, wiping off whatever it is. Thanks, that was a big idea. I thought you didn't like me, Saber. I'm wary of you, yes, but even I understand people's feelings. You have no hostility, and Shiro has accepted you as a guest. That is why I will show you a bare minimum of courtesy. And besides... Your hair is beautiful. It pains me to see it getting so dirty. Huh, Shiro's still mine, you know. Well, I can maybe consider being a little friendly with you. I can make Shiro win, but I can't protect him after all. Ilya shrugs and takes another bite of her sandwich. You don't need to remind me. It is the duty of a servant to be the master's shield. Saber responds plain enough as they eat. Their conversation hasn't changed much, but at least they sound calmer. As we relax after finishing our meal, Tasaka comes in. Shiro, are you here? I'm ready, so come by as soon as you can. Ready for what? Her message delivered, Tasaka heads straight back to the outbuilding. Alright, I forgot. Tasaka was going to teach me MageCraft in the afternoon. I never had a proper teacher, so Tasaka's MageCraft lectures have been really helpful. She seems to be willing to keep teaching, so I should clean up here quickly and head over to her. Sorry, but I'm going to head to Tasaka's room. I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so you two should go back to your rooms and rest. Okay, I'm a little tired, so I'll take a nap. Aya walks out of the dojo, rubbing her sleepy eyes. That's a relief. More prequel context for that scene? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Is it interesting? Let's see. As long as Ilya goes to sleep, I don't think there's any problem with me going to Tasaka's room. Sure, are you going to Rin's room? Yeah, I just said that. Just like it's teaching me the basics of MageCraft. Is that really necessary? With Berserker gone, there are now more enemies that require our alliance to defeat. Look, if she's offering the info, I'm gonna eat it up, alright? Would that not mean there is nothing more for you to learn from it? No? She might be right. She's not, though! She's not! Tasaka's lessons were originally meant to help me when we went up against Berserker. So with him gone, there's no reason for it to teach me anything else. And that much is kind of true, right? Certainly Tasaka's motivation for teaching me has weakened. So I do think Tasaka does actually care about my well-being in general, so I wouldn't be shocked that she still wants to teach me more MageCraft stuff regardless. And also, I guess another thing worth noting is if Tasaka wants to get back in the game, she needs another master to die. And I'm currently, of our group here, best positioned to help make sure that happens, to help cause that to happen. So she actually does still have, like, if she still is after the Grail, then me being strong, being able to kill another master so she can commandeer their servant is probably the best way she could hope to get back into things. So, yeah, it makes sense from there. But then from my perspective, if she's offering, there's no downside to me taking it. Unless I think she's going to, like, sabotage me. And, like, the lesson is actually secretly going to be... Oh, and here's this perfectly normal spell that, oh, by the way, if you cast it, you blow up. Like... Now, Berserker or not, I do still want to learn from her. There's still so much I don't know as a mage. I like to fix that as soon as I can. I see. If you insist, then I have no business stopping you. Huh? Saber looks sullen as she says this. Okay, time to start my lesson. First, though, is anything broken? That's how she began. It's kind of an odd question to ask the moment I arrive. Huh? Broken? Like what? I'm asking if any part of you isn't working. Ah, right, because we had the like ritual thing with Saber. That could mess some stuff up. It's some wild stuff, so you must have burned out a nerve or two. Oh, I guess also that, yeah. Let's say I care. I just figured it'd be hard to teach you unless I knew whether there was anything wrong. Only servant that would consider joining Tosaka as Lancer. So it does have to be a mutual thing, I guess. Like, the servant and master have to come to an arrangement, an agreement, I suppose. Although, I mean... And granted, I'm sure you know more about the series than I do. However, like, I'm just thinking logically. Like, these servants really want to win the Grail. If they're in a position without a master, they can't win the Grail. So I kind of feel like if I'm a servant, and my master goes down, but I'm still hanging around, I feel like I'd probably be willing to get on board with, like, just about anyone to, you know, get back in the game. I don't know, maybe that's a flaw in my logic and reasoning, but I feel like it's sort of a beggars can't be choosers situation at that point. Yes. Not to say I care, I just figured it'd be hard to teach you unless I knew whether there was anything wrong. According to Tosaka, some parts of me should be numb. But since I'm the one living in my body, I can say she's wrong. Nope, everything's working fine. The headache and fever are gone now that I've had a night's sleep. I feel fine. What? That can't be true. Did you forget the part where you projected Saber's sword? It would cost a normal person their arm. But I told you I'm fine. Besides, if my body wasn't working, I wouldn't have been able to carry Ilya back to the house. At that point, the only thing wrong with me was a headache and a fever. That's not possible. Sure, show me your arm. She tugs on my arm before I can reply, then stares at it. I realize I'm holding my breath. I may have gotten used to her being around, but I'm definitely not used to her being so close. It really does look like there's nothing wrong. I see heal places that are black, like they're burned or bruised, but other than that, everything's healed. Sounds like the flesh grew back like new. Tosaka mutters quietly to herself as she inspects my arm. Hey! As if that weren't enough to leave me beet red. Your body really is unbelievable. This is how normal healing works. Your natural healing is obviously being bolstered by something external. But this, you healed this yourself? Ran lifts my sleeve up, pressing her fingers all along my arm. Hey, stop! That's enough, Tosaka. Go sit back down if you're done. Huh? I'm examining you, you know. Oh, I get it. Tosaka leans closer to me. You say your fever's gone down, but I'm not so sure. Your face is glowing. You don't know what he's... Yeah, I don't know why he's healing at this point. Like, it's been very firmly established that it's a thing that happens, but as for a root cause, no idea. Anyways, that's for me to worry about. It's none of your business, so leave me alone. Like, obviously I haven't seen the anime, so I don't know this for sure, but I do know it's fairly common when they're adapting these sorts of things to sometimes plot points get moved around and stuff to, you know, have a better, you know, more satisfying arc in the context of like a television show versus the, you know, novel or whatever. So, well, you might have it out of order in your head, Beta, but like I was saying, I've seen there's plenty of instances where events get shuffled around in an adaptation, so that could also be what's going on, potentially. Anyways, that's for me to worry about. It's none of your business, so leave me alone. Again, I don't know if that's the case here, but it's not uncommon. Oh, really? Then I suppose me doing this won't be a problem, right? What? Don't put your hand on my forehead! I don't have a fever, so there's no point to this. No, apparently not. Even your ears are red now. You don't look like you have a fever. Looks more like you're drunk. She's doing this on purpose. This is deliberate. I know it. Tosaka, you know exactly what you're doing, don't you? You got me. I was just enjoying your reactions. Too funny. And who would toy with a man's innocent feelings like that should do their repentance in hell. Okay, that's a bit strong, Shiro. Well, I'll stop teasing here. If I push it, I might end up having to suffer the consequences. That's a problem. I feel like Tosaka's only teasing me harder now. No pun intended. Tosaka, might I remind you that this is serious, and I'm here to learn from you. Oh, I'm sorry, that's been my intention from the start. I was only checking on my student's health just now. Oh yeah, so are you going to get to today's topic then? Yes, I suppose we're stepping outside my specialty here, so I can only offer advice. But it's better than if I didn't say anything at all. To be honest, that last lesson I gave you was probably the last of the help I can offer. You can't just learn to be a mage in a few lessons. All I did was install a switch inside you that you hadn't learned to use. Yeah, that much at least, right? You mean that jewel? Yeah, ever since I swallowed it, I've been able to turn my magic circuits on and off without creating them from scratch every time. Yep, that's about the only thing I can teach you in such a short time. Is there anything you can, like, start teaching me in a longer time? But even that was just your previous training asserting itself. I can only boost the magecraft you've already learned. So I'm not going to teach you other forms of magecraft. You just don't have the talent. What do you mean I don't have the talent? I materialized the legendary blade that chooses the king of Britain out of nothing and killed Heracles with it. If that's a talent, I don't know what is. Yeah, you being so blunt about that is enlightening. But you can at least give me some advice about the magecraft that I can use, right? So tell me, what kind of magecraft I used last night? Tosaka doesn't answer. She's just glaring at me like I'm her worst enemy. Tosaka, this is supposed to be a lecture, right? I get nervous when you go quiet like that. She looks away, frowning. It's only a brief flicker of her expression, though. I can't. I can't do projection magecraft, and I can't teach someone something I don't know how to do. But if you can't do it, but I can, that means we kind of cover each other's weaknesses, no? Huh, something you can't do? Wasn't what I used against Berserker pretty basic for a mage? I just imagined a structure and let magical energy flow into it. It's no different than strengthening magecraft. But flooding your own magical energy into something that's already formed is difficult. It's like adding what you think is red into an existing mixture of paints, draw out the red hue, only set that with some completely different color, usually brown, because you just mix things together and then it just always ends up there. It's like some sort of singularity of paint colors. By comparison, it's much easier to work with my own paint from the very beginning. Yeah, I might check out the anime once I've played through the visual novel. We'll see. I say the anime as if there's like just like one season or something. As I understand, this is one of those series that's like needlessly complex in like watch order and stuff. With like various prequels, sequels, spin-offs, and whatnot. So I don't even know what would be next on the list of things to experience after the visual novel, honestly. And probably, I guess, the direct adaptations of this visual novel specifically, so maybe. Anyways, it is always fun though, like seeing it adapted into a higher fidelity medium. Especially, I'm sure the fights look great, so that'll be fun. As by comparison, it's much easier to work with my own paint from the very beginning. I can just draw out whatever I want that way. What do you mean you can't do it? I'm sure you can do that kind of thing. It's much easier than strengthening. You know, if you said that to any other mage, they'd definitely kill you. What you did was called projection, and you perfectly replicated a noble phantasm. I've never heard of anyone doing that before. Oh. A chill runs down my spine. Yeah, I mean, I guess come to think of it, if that was something that just anyone could do, I feel like these Grail Wars would play out a whole heck of a lot differently if you got mages just summoning their own noble phantasms. It's not my imagination. Dosaka's actually angry? You can't be angry at me for pulling out these like incredible magecraft that saved our lives. Like, come on, Dosaka. Doesn't matter. I had a feeling this was the case when I saw all the junk in your shed. There's no point in being mad about you at this stage. Let me explain, because you're clearly confused. What you did was called projection magecraft. It's an imperfect magecraft that creates mere images of existing artwork or famed swords using your own magical energy. It's generally used to create temporary objects to use as stand-ins for rituals. Things you create from images in your mind are understood to be imaginary objects, and so they disappear quickly. Huh. I get that they're replicas created from a mental image. I saw Saber's sword in my dream, and imagined the golden sword based on it. I don't really get it. Magical energy is like clay, right? Reproduction or no, what you make shouldn't disappear once the object takes form, right? That's not possible! Magical energy can only exist within your body! That's why you pass magical energy through yourself! You need it to interact with nature! sure, I can need magical energy like a piece of soft candy to at least make a dagger. But it stops there. It's something more than candy in the shape of a dagger. As soon as the magical energy dissipates, the dagger disappears too. Listen, things made purely from magical energy do not last long. They only briefly take shape. Well, but projection MageCraft creates an object to look and perform like the original. She's right, magical energy has no shape. I can feel it when it's flowing through my body. Once it leaves, it thins out and eventually disappears entirely. But then, no matter how many blueprints I make in my mind and form with magical energy, everything will fade because it's all made from magical energy. Now that I think about it, when Kiritsuga was teaching me MageCraft, I showed him my half-assed attempt at projection, but he told me to stick to strengthening because what I was doing instead was inefficient. I see. So projection consumes a lot of magical energy, and there's no point in using it because what you make disappears immediately? Exactly. For example, let's say you use a decent amount of magical energy to create a sword. All that energy you used might get you a sword whose power we'd rate at maybe a 3 or a 4. A human's imagination is unreliable, filled with holes, so it's almost impossible to replicate anything accurately. Now let's say you use the same magical energy to strengthen a sword. That same amount of magical energy can make the sword 20 to 30 times stronger, which means it would last a few hundred times longer than anything you create with projection. Got it? Projection MageCraft is only used for rituals. Hey, why are you dissing projection MageCraft? I saved your life and killed Heracles with it. That's gotta count for something. Like, okay, sure, maybe I told what I guess it's situational, but there are situations. Its sole use is creating replicas which disappear the moment they're used, and then only as a substitute for tools you can't normally create or get a hold of. Your father made the right call teaching you strengthening. You have only so many magic circuits to begin with, so if he taught you something as wasteful as projection, he'd be no better than an amateur himself. I got that. But what was that then? The golden sword, I imagine, was real for a moment, and it even had the real sword's power. Huh. Was it just a freak accident that I projected Saber's sword then? Now to think about it, the amount of magical energy in that sword was remarkable. Replicating something that ends up with a few hundred times magical energy I myself have doesn't seem pretty weird. That, well, you have an affinity for swords. Mages all have connections to something. For you, it's clearly swords. Connections? You mean elements like fire or water? Are you able to share links in the chat? You know, I'll be honest, I actually don't know. Let's go for it. I know YouTube in general is pretty unfriendly to links and comments and like, so like probably not, but maybe. Right, normally a person takes one of the elements that make up this world. The Mages Association considers it normal, wind to be noble. Could be earth, water, fire, wind, or ether. Or it could be wood, fire, soil, metal, or water. A mage has a connection to one of these, but there are also those with more specific connections. Right, so I guess sword would like be a subcategory of metal or something. Most of these mages don't see any time in the spotlight. They're considered unusual. So in your case, you're connected with swords. It's pretty specific, but that means you could be the authority in swords. Okay. I see. That's probably true. I've always been fascinated with swords. Now I'm curious about Tasaka's specialty. Knowing her, it's probably fire, wind, or something else that would suit someone like her. I should probably just ask, since I'm curious. Hey, Tasaka, I'm curious, what's your specialty? Yeah, a chart to keep track of the shows would probably be helpful, I imagine. Mine? My connection is with the 5 elements. Like all of them? Does she mean all of them? That doesn't really seem like a specialty. Anyway, that's pretty much that. No, that's not that. Like, which one specifically? They said that projection is about as useful as images on a screen, so try not to use it too much. Look, I will use it when it is appropriate to be used. Yeah, that was definitely a humble brag there from Ren. Besides, trying to replicate Saber's sword was suicidal. You made it work this time, but I wouldn't have been surprised if you just exploded. You said yourself, Saber's sword has more magical energy than you ever could. You do realize that creating something like that goes way beyond the limits of your mage circuits, right? It's like a violation of the laws of thermodynamics. Like, even more so than our normal magecraft. Yeah, I know, but it's not so easy to go beyond your own limits, right? I thought I couldn't go any further anyway, because I was already at my limit to begin with. Oh, you absolutely can, and death is always lurking right around that corner. So that wouldn't be great. If magecraft follows a certain form or format, it means any mage can use any magecraft they have knowledge of. Even if they're not ever actually able to perform. Sorry about that. Even if they're not ever actually able to pull off that miracle, they'll still take a shot. Mages are only a source of power. Even a small engine can reach a high speed if you push the gas hard enough, but it tends to be self-destructive. Same with mages. If they're willing to accept the risk of destroying themselves, mages can certainly push past their limits. Doing so burns magic circuits and shreds nerves, but if they keep going, they can reach the miracle they seek. But, have you considered I have a, as of yet unexplained, but remarkable healing ability, so even if I push myself to the point of destroying my circuits, they come back! Like, I mean, it's as if I was built for this. I'm sorry, it's like, I'm just built different. Your projection is just that. Your body felt feverish after the battle because your nerves were seared. That's the price you pay for magecraft beyond your own means. What you did could easily have cost you a limb or two. But it didn't. Oops. Tozaka's voice grows a little louder. But at the same time, that's why you should always keep in mind, practicing magecraft that goes beyond its caster's limits leads only to ruin. Promise me you won't project Saber's sword ever again. Okay, look, I can't promise that. Look, I can promise that I won't do it willy-nilly, but if I'm in a situation where it's the last resort, and it worked this time, why not go for it again? Chisaka's worried about me. Genuinely. After her warning, Chisaka prescribes some medicine I'm not familiar with. Well, there's probably no point telling you not to push yourself. At least for our peace of mind, take that painkiller. If anything happens, if all goes well, you're bruised and discolored skin might heal. Only reason Shira's not dead from doing magecraft wrong is because of his healing abilities. Like, I get that, yeah. But simultaneously, we have the healing abilities, so we might as well take advantage, right? Chisaka explains this as she prepares some kind of green powdery medicine. I drink it with some tea. Tasaka rummages through her stuff and tries to prescribe some other medicine. Anyway. I feel bad for Tasaka having to go through all her stuff just for me, but I think I'm wasting time just sitting here. I should ask about projection in more detail. Question 1, or silence is golden? What? What does question 1 even mean in this context? Like, I'm not just gonna be silent. I feel like she'd be mildly annoyed if I asked about projection. Thing she just told her, like, hey, stop doing that. Like, but why? But it's cool. Tell me about the cool things about projection magic. But I don't even know what question 1 means. And I guess there's one way to find out. Yeah, question 1 it is. Now that I think about it, there's one thing I don't understand. Why wasn't Tasaka just crushed during a battle with Berserker? Why indeed? What sort of trickery did she use? Hey Tasaka, can I ask you about something that happened yesterday? What is it? Make it quick, I'm busy. Okay, so Berserker grabbed you. I'm just wondering how you survived. You don't look like it, but do you work your abs or something? If ripped abs were all I needed to survive Berserker's grip, my stomach would be harder than steel. Sorry, that was the wrong way to ask. I apologize, so please stop grinning at me like that. Then stop provoking me. As to how I survived, I placed a jewel on my stomach before the fight. I snuck it into my clothes to create a protective barrier around me. Got it? I see. So were you never actually in as much danger as you appeared to be in, and I acted rashly on false pretenses? I see. So you expected Berserker to grab you from the get-go. It makes sense then, planning to protect yourself. But that means your jewels. I'm all tapped out. I used 1 for Saber, 3 to distract Berserker, 5 to blow his face off, and 1 to protect myself. 10 years I spent saving those up, and they went in an instant. Even after using most of them, I still couldn't defeat Berserker. In spite of her dejected sigh, Tasaka doesn't seem to regret what happened. What's done is done. She knows very well not to dwell on what she lost, but to focus on what she gained in exchange. I see. Sorry about that, Tasaka. Thanks, that I'm going to learn from this and make gems that'll let me defeat an enemy like that all on my own. She's as blunt as ever about that. But I'm also sure she'll manage it. And then I realize Tosaka is the reason we won against Berserker. I mean, it was a team effort. And after giving me several medications, Tosaka instructs me to do simple strengthening exercises while we keep an eye on how my body reacts. Apparently she's checking to see that nothing goes wrong inside me when I use magical energy. Honestly, Tosaka seems more like a doctor than a teacher today. Okay, there doesn't seem any problems. You probably don't need to come here tomorrow then. Huh? That's a bit of a surprise. I don't have to come tomorrow. That means... Yep, there's nothing else I can teach you. If you want to focus on learning MageCraft, you should do it after the war. Besides, with Archer gone, my alliance with you is long over. So are you gonna like move on? Are you moving out? You leaving me now, Rin? Are you just gonna chill here for a bit? Like, what's your plan? What? I suddenly realize our alliance is only so we could defeat Berserker. Now that Berserker's gone and Tasaka doesn't have a servant anymore, our living arrangement should be over. Should have ended yesterday, even. So, what are you going to do now, Tasaka? Are you going to go to Kotamine's place? That'd probably be the normal thing to do. Tasaka and Father Kotomine are student and disciple, so it shouldn't be an issue for her to go asking him for protection. Why? Of course I'm not going there. I haven't lost yet. There's no reason I can't fight without a servant. Besides, running away isn't really my style. I'm sad to fight, so I'm seeing this through to the end. And people say I'm the reckless one. She says it's like it should be the most obvious thing in the world. And she's proud about that. My eyes widen. Well, okay, maybe not. I should have expected this from Tasaka. She's unbelievably stubborn. Absolutely selfish. And captivatingly brilliant. Then what are you going to do? Are you going to go out on your own now? There's still servants and masters left. Let's see. I think I'll stay here a while to gather information. Information on what? On me? Because, I mean, if that's the case, then there's the door. Like, you're not spying on me in my own home. I should resume my research on Ryudo Temple, too. You're going to stay here? Are you sure? It'd be a big help if you stayed, but our line's ended, so... What are you talking about? We managed to beat Berserker thanks to our archer. Our lines may have ended, but you still owe me. And that's why you're obviously going to let me use your place until you've fully repaid your debts. No objections here. I'm just kind of wondering, like, why is my place better than your place? For this purpose. Besides, I said I would take responsibility until the end. Oh, hey, Joker. We're just, playing some Fate Stay Night. Been a very exciting stream of Fate Stay Night so far. Lots of fun events happening. You and I were teacher and student, even if it was brief. I'd be so worried about you if I left you to your devices. I wouldn't be able to concentrate on the Holy Grail War. Oh, right. It feels like a lifetime ago, so I'd nearly forgotten. But I've admired Rin because of exactly those qualities for a long time now. So I'm actually very happy. That's the Tosaka I've always known and liked. Besides, if I ever saw the day a girl as stubborn as her gives up, I wouldn't know what to believe from then on. Yeah. Thanks for sticking around, Tasaka. Whatever else I might say, I wouldn't know what to do without you. Saber, I needed you, Tasaka. That's fine, but don't say stuff like that. You're stupidly honest, yeah. But be careful at what you say. You could give people the wrong idea. Huh? I'm not sure why that upset Tasaka so much. Tasaka, what do you mean? I might give people the wrong idea. What wrong idea? Unbelievable. It just wasn't appropriate, okay? And my whole attitude should make clear I don't want you asking, so drop it. Tasaka must be aware of some secret rule. I'm not. Maybe it's a mage thing. It's either a mage thing or a girl thing. 50-50 odds, I'd say. Good grief. I feel bad. Saber's got it rough. But then again, that's probably why you two work. You and Saber both have to be pretty freaking dense, or else you'd never last. Huh. Okay, I still don't get it, but... I didn't miss what you said about feeling bad for Saber. What do you mean she has it tough? This is exactly what I'm talking about. I bet you haven't even noticed the changes in Saber. Changes in Saber? And she wasn't really training at her best, but yeah, we all have off days on occasion. It's not about her appearance, right? If anything would have changed in Saber. Oh, right, she has been acting weird since this morning. No, I just thought she was in a bad mood because Ilya was with us. She sat there all stiff and quiet, and when I asked if there was something wrong, she just got up and left, saying something about having had a dream. And I pretty much forgot about it and all the hustle and bustle over Ilya. Yeah, Saber's been a little off since this morning. Like, her head is somewhere else. Saber said she had a dream. Yeah, that's the bit that surprises you? Like, I mean, REM sleep is a very normal thing to experience. Pretty important part of the sleep process, as I understand it. And now she's ignoring me. Hey, don't go quiet on me. That face you're making has me nervous. It's nothing major. Why is everyone keeping secrets from me specifically? It's just that servants don't typically dream. Huh. That's so. Huh. That's so. Servants don't dream. That's right, servants don't dream. So, what's the explanation of a dream occurring in a servant then? What would make that happen? But if she says she did, then it wasn't a dream. It was someone's memory. Maybe Tosaka's experienced it before? The coldness in her voice runs so counter to her usual cheerfulness. And now it's time to prepare dinner. There's so much happening these past few days. I thought the whole cooking rotation had gone out the window. But then... I'll leave dinner to you tonight. Looks like it's going to be a cold night. Between that and Ilya being here, maybe we can make a stew. She steps out of her room as she speaks. Well, yeah, I guess stew would be perfect for Ilya. Maybe it's the hat and coat she wears that make me think that. Whatever the case, I don't have a problem making stew for dinner. I'm no expert at Western dishes like stew. Is stew really specifically a Western thing? Like, I thought stews and soups were kind of like one of the sort of baseline types of dishes. I thought the general consensus is that soups and stews are like probably some of the first things that human beings ever cooked, because they're they're real simple. Get a nice bowl, put your stuff in it, place it by the fire, and boom, soup, stew. And the great thing about it too is, especially imagine you're cooking meat, right? It helps you retain a lot more of the nutrients as if you cook it in a soup versus say cooking like over the fire, because you aren't losing the drippings, right? You still have all that in the broth, which is obviously good because it gives you the nutrients is not lost there, which is very important if you're a hunter-gatherer that's barely on the edge of survival, calorically wise. Wait, have you actually never seen Stay Night? I have not. Playing this visual novel is my first experience with the whole Fate series. Anyway, well, enough of the stew tangent. Anyways, I don't think I can really mess something like that up. Oh, but before that, it's a little before 6 o'clock. I still have some time before I need to cook. We had training, so I've done my share of sweating today. Seems like now would be a good time to take a bath. And hopefully I don't get jump scared by Saber in the bath again. Taking a bath before dinner might be a hassle, but Tosaka and Saber usually do it right after dinner, so it'd be pretty late by the time it was my turn. And I mean, I'm definitely not gonna be a morning bathing person. Like, come on. The hallway is cold. The heaters have the rooms nice and warm, but once I'm out in the hallway, I can feel the wintry chill. Right, I've completely forgot the name of my city here. Fuyuki's winters are typically warm, but the weather's been screwy these past few days. Speaking of cold, it looks like it snowed. Confused why 3 of your live streamers in your YouTube recommended? I don't know. I mean, YouTube does that sometimes, where they like to... I feel like they've gotten better in the last, like, year or two of actually recommending, like, smaller content on occasion. I feel like you go back 3, 4, 5 years, and it was nearly impossible. But now they seem to... They almost seem to have a quota of, like... We'll show you one, like, really small video out of every, I don't know, 10 or 20 that we recommend. Or at least that's a trend I've noticed. I don't have empirical data to back that up, but I've heard other people say similar things. Anyway, speaking of cold, it looks like it snowed. Must not have noticed because it only lasted for less than an hour and didn't snow a large amount. I guess the other thing, too, is if YouTube, like, algorithmically thinks you have interest in Fate Stay Night, like that, I know they like promoting live streams. If there aren't a lot of live streams on it at a given time, then, you know, they might be like, hey, here's the one live stream of Fate Stay Night. Have at you. We're glad to have you here, though. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Anyways, I must not have noticed because it only lasted for less than an hour and didn't snow a large amount. If there had been much snow on the ground, my yard would be packed with an entire army of snowmen, which really sucks to clean up in that sense. I'm glad it didn't snow much. Of course, the snowman army would be the work of a single person. I can't help but smile as I remember when it snowed last year, and her cold, reddened hands gripping the lectern. Huh? Why is my vision all wet? Is it steamy? What's going on? I was thinking of taking a shower, but the bathroom is already warm. Okay, let's... Alright, take your bets! Is it going to be, are we encountering Saber mid-bath? Or are we encountering Rin mid-bath? Or, wild card, perhaps it's Ilya. I mean, there's possibilities either way, odds either way. Obviously, Saber is the one we've encountered in this sort of position the most often, which might make you think that's most likely. However, I think Ilya is the new variable in this situation, right? We specifically went at this time to be off schedule from Rin and Saber. Therefore, it makes the most logical sense that it's Ilya. Also, seems likely. I just got a list seen in the comments, or not comments, the chat. So yeah, probably Ilya. Oh no, it's Saber again. Oh, great. Or plot of Saber and Ilya. I hear something moving in water. I strained my eyes trying to see the bathtub through the haze of steam. Well, there's your first mistake, brother. Okay, I think we're fine. I think the water's censoring enough. My mind goes as blank as the white sheets of steam filling the bathroom. My throat closes up. Can't get a word out. My brain stops working. I'm paralyzed. But in the back of my mind, I recall something similar happening. Actually, the exact same thing has already happened. Last time I was dressed, and Saber wasn't. Not this time. Oh, Saber! The only sound is my own loud gulping. Saber just freezes, watching me as I stand there, dumbfounded. She's going to get mad. Here it comes. I am going to die. Her soft lips begin to tremble. Any second now, she's going to start yelling. sorry, it's my fault. I was going to use the shower. Well, I didn't think anyone would be using the bathroom at this hour, but yeah, I should have figured it out earlier. You'd think the massive quantities of steam would have given it away, and I might have just, booked it from there. But, I mean, curiosity, it's a human trait. You can't fight it, so... I ramble at a lame excuse as I step backward, trying to head back to the changing room. It's not that I'm gawking at Saber, but for some reason it feels like making a mad dash for the changing room would just make Saber angrier. Yeah. The truth of the matter is, I can't take my eyes off of her. So, okay, you remember, what was it, like 2 lines back, we said it's not that I'm gawking at her. So it's not that I'm gawking at her, it's just that I'm gawking at her. Yes, this is a critical plot important scene. This scene goes away, the whole narrative falls apart. This is the cornerstone of the narrative. Take it away. There's nothing. I remember the night in the ruins. I recall Saber's warmth, how close it was. Her body was so frail and slender. The heat of our bodies, even our heartbeats, mingled, overlapped. At the time, I was just desperate to fix the problem. But now it all feels so tempting. Anyway, we can talk later. I tried to reach behind me for the exit. And then... My apologies, Shiro. I do know this is a selfish request, but would you mind leaving right now? On my way! Not to worry. Saber averts her gaze, her voice oddly muffled. I really don't know what to think. Not sure why Saber isn't mad. Seeing how embarrassed she looks causes blood to pound in my skull. Might need to turn off the stream for this part? Is it that bad? You know what? I'll like now? Cause I've got I can go to. And you guys understand what's going on in the game. We can go to cam only mode. There we go. That way, if it gets too spicy, I won't get banned. Why? The words come out before I can stop myself. You don't remember, to be honest? I guess we're better safe than sorry. Saber looks down even more apologetically. Please wait a little longer to use the shower. Please permit me to use this space alone for the time being. Saber shrinks in on herself, hiding her body. Don't know how sensitive it is. Fair point. Fair enough. I normally, because this is released on Steam. Normally, Steam releases are generally okay, but they can get to the line certainly. Well, actually, I guess it's not really Steam policy, because I do think they have literal porn games on the site, but I feel like the visual novels generally on the Steam release are like borderline at the most. Anyways. Okay. Alright, we're back to white screen. Which isn't that interesting, so no need to switch. You do know this is a porn game, right? Not particular. I mean, I heard, like, and it's a visual novel, so there's that adjacency. I will say, if the goal of this is that, then, like, this is way too long for build-up. Like, anyways, and then I suddenly remember. When I ran into her at the changing room last night, Saber didn't say anything. Last time, yeah. Sex does not matter for servants. She had said that. Appearances had mattered to her. Well, you see, hold on. I can't find the right words. My head's spinning. Ah, come on, work brain. Individual with numbers as your name. That hasn't happened in my playthrough so far. So you're not mad, Saber? I mean, there was the ritual thing, which was kinda suggestive somewhat, but... Anyways, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to wash yourself. I have no right to limit my master's activities. I get it. Saber doesn't care what she looks like or whether she has clothes on or not. That's why it's not weird for me to be here. Sure, it was so dense. The bathroom is a place to wash one's body, so my presence isn't strange. It doesn't matter whether Saber's here or not. Knowing that helps, but I have a feeling I'm wrong. Yes, yeah, sure, yeah. Wait, read the room. So then, I don't think it'd be a problem if I use the shower right now. Dude. She literally asked you to leave in this case. We got a close-up on Saber's shoulder now, for those of you watching. But I'm saying, well... I'm not concerned about being seen, but my body is not that of a younger girl like Rin. So... She blushes even more, tripping over her words. I do not want to see you to see too much of me. A man like you must find such a muscular body as mine unsightly. She sounds so bashful. I almost faint for just so many reasons. You fool, I would never think that. Saber's body is a long way from unsightly. She says she's rugged, but that's never bothered me. Well, thanks for stopping by, number guy. Glad to have you with us. Sure, she's more muscular than Tosaka, but still. I still think Saber is very feminine. Sure, that is why I would like you to leave me alone here? Okay. I think we are safe now. We're back. We're safe. We're just in a normal bathroom. There's a sink. It's fine. We're good. Let's see. I don't know how to respond. Or how I respond. I only remember nodding slightly and pulling the door closed. And so the day ends. Dinner was chaotic. Ilya got chattier with each meal, and she and Tosaka have got into this weird point where I'm not sure whether they're fighting or being friendly. Saber has accepted Ilya's presence here, but she hasn't warmed up to her. More than that, Saber gets pretty frowny whenever Ilya gets near me. These past few days have been just plain rough. Normal routine of just a few days ago has devolved into complete chaos. I step silently out into the yard. It's just about time for the calendar to roll over to the next day. I walk beneath the pale light of the moon, leaving faint puffs of white breath in my wake. Next thing I know, I'm at work on my daily routine. I don't really need to train out here since Tasaka's teaching me. Yeah, probably right, Beta. Probably right, but guess not in this version. But always good to be cautious with these sorts of things. Can't retroactively. Because, yeah, once it pops up on screen... And I guess I could build in, like, a delay to deal with that, but I haven't, so, yeah. Anyway, I don't really need to train out here since Tasaka is teaching me. But I still sit on the cold ground and check on the things I've been working on for so long. I'm not doing this because I'm worried about my skills. It's more that I find doing it soothing. I've been doing this for years, so just not doing it would feel weird. I put even more effort into tonight's training. Tasaka told me not to do it anymore, but I can't just do as she says. If I can master this projection thing, it'd mean I could be a lot more helpful to Saber. And the heat from earlier is still lingering within me. The night at the ruins. The battle in the forest in the morning mist. The golden sword I created. The residual heat still lingers in my hands, and deep down I find myself hoping I'll be able to reignite those flames. Creation, philosophy, appraisal. It's easy to recreate. At the time, I was so desperate that my mind was a jumble, but now I can retrace the necessary steps and form my incantation. Now, from the very beginning, there has only been a single thing that could serve as a trigger for me. The pronunciation of is the same. But just by changing my perception of how it is said, it will become something entirely mine. My own original spell. Basic structure, hypothesis. I know very well how dangerous this is. Tasaka doesn't need to remind me. I really have no business getting anywhere near projection MeeCraft. It's completely beyond me. Venturing so brazenly into dangerous waters can lead only to death. End of hypothesis. Now instant nothingness. I erase the blueprint that was in my head. A shadow falls across the door. Saber comes in, her frame blotting out the light of the moon. Good, you are here, Shiro. I cannot find you, and I was worried something might have happened. Huh? No, nothing's happened. I couldn't sleep, so I came here to do some mental exercises. Once I finish, I'll head back to my room, so you don't need to worry. I see, that is fine then. Saber focuses on my forehead. She can probably see that I'm dripping with sweat. It's always like this, don't worry. Mages have to practice their MeeCraft. And, well, failure comes with the territory for an amateur like me. I wipe the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. Oh. I'm surprised. My sweat is cold as ice. I thought it was cold, but I don't remember the shed being quite this cold. Shiro, have you been doing this every day? Well, yeah, as much as I possibly could. It's a daily routine my old man taught me, so I should at least keep to it. As soon as I finish speaking, I regret my bluff. I regret telling her this is my daily routine. my intent was to boast to Saber. At the end of the day, my training isn't some chore to me. It's not just some chore. But it isn't the easiest of tasks either. Saber says nothing. The moon hangs behind her, its light spilling around her frame. The shed, plunged into bluish darkness, is illuminated by the few shafts of silvery light that make it past Saber. I recall the first night I met her. Saber, Tosaka said something to me today. That moment felt just like a dream. Is it true that servants don't dream? I can't stop myself from asking. That is correct. We don't have dreams. Servants are spiritual forms and so do not sleep to begin with. That makes sense. I am forced to sleep because I cannot turn into spiritual form, but I still do not dream. Oh, I guess that she still can't turn into spiritual form, right? I kind of forgot that was a thing that mystical servants could do. I guess I had assumed that that would be fixed when we did the whole like ritual thing at the ruins. But I guess not. Huh. I wonder if there's some significance to that. But this morning you said... There was a brief silence. She closes her eyes, then, apparently having made up her mind. The dream I had, Shiro, was yours. Master and servant are mentally connected. If the connection becomes strong enough, there are times when they will experience each other's memories. Okay, so that's how I've been getting the nightly Saber biopic. You dreamed of my past? Yes, it is tantamount to stepping into your mind, but I was not able to prevent it from happening. Do you want the significance of that? Not really, no. I like finding things out as the narrative decides to unfold them. Just point out it's an interesting little wrinkle we haven't uncovered yet. Please forgive me for that, Shiro. Don't. I did the same thing. Saber's past, I mean, honestly, it's a whole heck of a lot more interesting than my past. I've seen several scenes from her life before she became a servant now. Don't be silly. It's not your fault. You can't help what you dream about. And I have to apologize too. My past is pretty boring. Seeing something that boring probably makes you not want to have to sleep. No, this morning was the first such dream I had. I don't see anything recent, so I not infringe on your privacy as a young man. I wasn't concerned about that until you brought it up. Saber's dead serious about that warning. But privacy? I mean, well, sure, yeah, I've done my share of dumb things. That's a relief, but if you're saying you didn't see any recent memories, then how far into the past did you see? There's a large fire. That is what I saw. Or all I saw. Her voice is quiet. Her gentle gaze tells me what she saw. Oh. That's dream. I see. Well, I don't know what to say. Should I say it was unfortunate? It's like going to a movie theater expecting to see a movie you know, but you somehow end up in the wrong theater and end up getting a completely different show. Help me to understand. No, I have been thinking this for some time now, but you have a dangerous side to you. Huh? What do you mean dangerous? Well, yeah, I'm sure the odds are pretty stacked against me from your point of view. That's not what I meant. You are very similar to me. That is why I understand your mistakes. I can see what might happen to you if you continue on this path. I don't think I've made any mistakes. Oh, come on, Shiro. Any mistakes? Sure, I've failed plenty of times, but my goal is to be a champion of justice like my old man. A goal like that, I mean, it can't be a mistake. No way. Fair enough. I'm telling you that is your mistake. Shiro, what happened on that day was not your fault. You cannot and should not take responsibility for it. There's nothing you need to redeem yourself from. You asking which spelling of Canon is correct? One of them is a brand of cameras, the other is the actual word. Do I know off the top of my head? I want to say the two N's is the actual word, but I don't know. Ease, huh? That's obvious. It was just an accident, and I was just a victim. Sure, I may be dealing with survivor's guilt. Rin once said that your self-sacrifice and devotion are bizarre, and I agree. You're not sacrificing your life to save others. In fact, at no point did you ever consider your own life. Maybe my pupils have dilated. I'm not sure why, but I can't seem to focus on Saber's face. You'll never be able to forget that accident. But as long as you remember it, you cannot change. Is it not extremely painful for you? Painful? And for me? Well, yeah, that's painful. Saber doesn't have to remind me of that. It is obvious. So many people died. It was absolute hell. Something like that causing you pain is only natural. And besides, if I didn't feel that, it might all be meaningless. Yeah, you're right. It is painful to remember. But it's in the past now. There's nothing I can do about it. Saber doesn't answer. Instead, she claws at her arm in frustration. I must obtain the Holy Grail. That also applies to you, Shiro. Yeah, Saber. You acquire the Holy Grail. Each summoning you is ultimately inevitable, Master. Inevitable? I don't know how to respond to that. I'm going to bed. Please do not strain yourself overmuch. Saber leaves. I fold my arms and think. Do I need the Holy Grail? Me, Shiro Mia. Is that something I require? A vessel that grants wishes to its possessor. A vessel which contains unlimited quantities of magical energy, for which it is said nothing is impossible. Were I to get it, it could easily grant my wish. No, that's wrong. No matter how I look at it, I don't need the Holy Grail. No, I definitely don't need it. Because I don't have any wishes that can't come true, or hope for anything that's impossible. I can think of one thing, maybe. I wouldn't have a dream if it weren't something I could attain myself. The night grows darker. Like, the one thing I can think of is, I assume the servants all kind of just, like, go back to their, like, afterlife sort of deal when the war is over. I don't know. I feel like Shiro won't take it very well when Saber has to depart from him, so maybe he might try using the Grail for something like that. Like, no, let Saber stay with me. Confused at what's going on in the present time of the stream? We're talking to Saber about dreams and the Grail and stuff. As the night grows darker, in the familiar old shed lit only by the moon, I listen to the distant winds. Alright, we're gonna save that game. And where are we at? We've been streaming for a bit over 4 hours now, so I think, normally a day takes in this game between 1 and 2 hours. So I think we're going to probably have to end it there. Because I'm assuming this is going to be starting a new day. Indeed it is. Well then. That was good. That was fun. That was a nice stream. Lots of fun stuff going on there. Great climactic battle. Oh, the part where it's just my face. Yeah, that could be. Alright, so we're going to end that there, though. Hope you all enjoyed today's stream. We got one more stream scheduled for this week, which is Danganronpa 2, Tuesday at 10 p.m. I believe we finished Chapter 5 of that last time, so now we'll be heading into Chapter 0, I think? Which is probably going to be interesting. Sounds like a prequel chapter, which scares me a lot, because that means I need to memorize all the voices again from, the very beginning of the game of all the characters that have, died. So, hopefully that's not too much of a cross to bear there. But, yeah. Well, okay, it wasn't the climactic battle, but it was a climactic battle. It was a fun one. It was good. And clearly it was the battle that sort of was the capstone of that particular sort of story arc. So it was... Yeah. I understand that there's more game to be had. As for... So yeah, Danganronpa 2 is happening this week. Next week should still be a fairly regular stream schedule. It'll probably either be a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday week or a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday week. Haven't decided on that just yet. We'll definitely be playing Danganronpa next week. Definitely be playing Fate Stay Night sometime next week. Don't know what we'll do for the third day. We got some ideas, but nothing set in stone just yet. But, yeah. Anyways, thank you for joining me today. Hope you enjoyed yourselves, and if you liked what you saw, make sure to subscribe on YouTube, follow on Twitch, all sorts of fun stuff to keep in touch and be notified of future streams. But anyways, until next time, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you in the next stream and or video. Goodbye.